East Coast to the West Coast.
Traveling.
Is it three?
Wait,
Is it 3 hours or is it 4 hours?
I got you. So what do you mean traveling with the time zones? How does that make sense? You mean traveling through time zones?
Oh, with the time zones.
Traveling with time zones doesn't make any sense. You know what you're saying?
No, hold on a second, dude. Hold on. No, stop spazzing. No, I'm going to explain to you what you asked me that you didn't understand.
Go ahead.
Okay, so if you're claiming the time zones are moving across the surface of the Earth, right, a 24th of the Earth each hour.
Time zones are set in a stationary area. They're set in a set area, but once you leave that area, it's a different time zone. The time zones aren't moving, more as the terrain is different. Therefore, the different established time zones are set to the terrain. So time zones aren't moving. I don't know what you mean by that.
Dude, if you have the sun moving over the Earth, right, or 24th of the Earth.
Sun's not moving over the Earth.
I mean, cool story, but that's what everybody observes.
Yeah, that doesn't. Just because you observe it doesn't mean make it true. I've already proven you wrong.
Just because you observe it doesn't make it true. I got it.
Yeah, not always, obviously.
No, dude, I didn't concede to your claim at all.
You agreed with time zones, and you tried to run to gravity. Now we're still in time zones because you can't understand them. You're just asking questions like a third grader. So what does this do? So what does that mean? What is this? You're appealing to ignorance. Just because you can't understand it doesn't mean time zones.
No.
You just don't understand it because you've never researched it.
Somebody's asking you to explain your position. That's not appealing.
Now, I'm not explaining my position. I'm explaining time zones. You can search it up on Google. Like you could literally search.
I'm glad. So how many time zones are in the continental United States?
Here, hold on 1 second. Because this is a question you asked probably thousands of times. I got you. Hold on. There you go. Let me just go ahead and paste this for you. Now, if you look at the top, these are just the 4 standardized ones. Anything else would be like the governmental ones. There you go. Can you do your own calculations from that? Oh, man. Can you do it?
Dude, I'm asking you.
Can you do it? It's right there, man. Do you see it? I sent it. You want me to send it again? I got you. This is for second graders, by the way. Second grader time zone map. I'm going to send it 2 more times for you. There you go, man. You got it? Can you add up how many there is right there? Eastern, Central, Mountain, Pacific, man. How many is that? How many is that, AI Overlord?
Dude, hold on a second.
You got a little trouble counting? Use your fingers. Use your fingers.
Dude, I haven't even opened it yet. So calm yourself down.
Yeah.
All right, give me a second here. Yeah, so we got 4, right?
Look at the guy in the chat. Why does China only have 1 time zone? Like, how does that address time zones? How does that address time zones being wrong? You're just saying you don't understand. You're asking questions about it. Do your own research on time zones. I've already given you the set core definition of time zone. To be honest, I don't have to say. I'm not obligated to answer all these different questions about time zones. I'll do it, obviously. I'm going to sit here and do it all day long just to prove to you guys the Earth is round. I'll do it. I mean,
I got one if the other guy's done.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so AR Overlord, once AR Overlord concedes, then I can talk to somebody else. But yeah, so as you see,
what, dude?
Concedes that the Earth is round.
Why would I do such a thing? Yeah, based on you just claiming, claiming.
I got you. So all I've used is time zones, and I can tell you're already almost there, man. You're almost there. I got you, dog.
Yeah, sure. All you said is that there's different amounts of daylight throughout the day in different locations. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, I know, but the reasoning for that is what we're contingent on. I think the reason is because the Earth's a globe and it's turning on its axle. You think the reason is because the sun's fucking moving around the Earth like a fucking lamp or some shit. Like, I don't know why you think that. So that's what the point of contingency is. That's what we're arguing about. You understand me now? So we have to debate on whether or not time zones are true. So if you say the Earth is flat, you can't say time zones are true. You can't. So
why not? Why not?
Because the
no.
Let me say it again. Because the scientists that created or established time zones.
I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
So you asked me a question, but you don't care. Okay.
No. Mm-hmm. No. Okay, pay close attention, dude. I didn't ask you what scientists said. I asked you why there can't be time zones if the Earth is flat.
Yeah, so it depends on what you mean by time zones. The time zones we use can actually be applied to a flat Earth, This is only because of axles spinning with the sun. So if you think the sun is just, I don't know what you think the sun is, but I'm just gonna assume you think the sun's like a lamp going over like a flat ground, which is Earth. That doesn't work with time zones. It doesn't make any sense, especially with the ones we use. Now
Well,
you can
sorry,
make your,
dude.
you
Who
can, yeah, I got
cares?
you. Hold on. So you can make your own form of time zones with a flat Earth. It would work. But that's if the Earth is flat. The time zones we use won't work on our Earth unless our Earth was round. That's what I'm saying. So if you
Why
agree
not?
that the
Why
time,
not?
yeah, I just
Why
explained to you. Yeah,
not?
I got you. I got you. This is because we believe the Earth is a globe spinning on an axle. So the reason why,
Oh my goodness, dude.
I'm
Hold
telling
on,
you,
hold
the
on,
reason
dude.
why we think there's different
No, no,
time
no,
zones.
no, no,
Okay.
no, no.
So you don't even want to hear the answer.
No, dude. The reason can't be we believe.
We know. We know. There we go. I'll rephrase it for you. Semantics over
That's
here,
not
man.
the reason either, dude.
I got you. Hold on. So I'm gonna answer your question. The reason why the time zone we use right now can't work on a flat Earth is because the reason why these time zones work is because the Earth spins
No,
15 degrees.
no, no,
No,
no, no,
no.
dude. You are missing it.
Oh my god. You're not tracking AI Overlord. You have to lock in.
No, no, you're not.
Okay,
Okay, I'm
please.
gonna ask you
Listen to
again.
me.
I'm gonna ask you again. Don't tell me that it can't work because I already know the Earth's a globe. That's not the reason.
You know the Earth's a globe?
I want
Thank
you.
you, man. I
Wow,
got
dude.
another one.
Okay. All right, dude. You're done here. Goodbye.
Come on, dog. I'm just joking.
No. Yeah.
The
So
Earth's a
stop it.
globe.
Annoying.
So you just lost again, Overlord. I made a couple of flat earthers here turn
Oh
from
my
Globers. I'm
god, dude.
happy. See you guys later, man.
Yeah,
I had a lot of
whatever,
fun.
dude. Yeah, get lost.
Thank you
Bye.
guys for becoming Globers. I love
Hey,
you
See
guys
you
ya.
know
so
what?
much.
You want
Yeah.
to hear my
Hurry up.
question? You're gonna run away before you hear my question?
No.
Okay.
No, there's no other way to end it but on that crescendo. He waits for you to say the term, if the Earth is a globe. Cut out the word if, then post your voice on Twitter saying the Earth is a globe. And calls that a victory. He never actually addressed why time zones couldn't exist.
What do you mean?
Fuck.
Why could time zones not exist in the globe?
Oh my god, dude.
I just wanted to ask him because, like, since it's an arbitrary, as you pointed out at the beginning, it's a political thing. Time zones. I mean, they're just, dictated by political policies. That's why China has just one time zone, even though it's a very large country. So I just wanted to ask him if we had a one world government, and that one world government made it so the whole world was one time zone, and all the clocks in the world are exactly the same. Would that mean the Earth is not a globe?
It's a British thing. Yeah, you're right. It's a bit abstract. All they wanted to do basically is make sure that like the time,
Yo, what's going on?
like the sun was in the middle of the sky. So if you set like certain time zones that 12, the sun's always in the middle of the sky, and that was helpful for navigation.
You need to break your accents. He's not gonna understand you. Yo, Charles, I can answer your question. I was a guy from before. I made.
No, dude.
Yeah, so I turned Overlord into a Glober and a couple
Holy
other flatters.
shit. Hey, dude. Just ban that kid.
Which kid?
Okay, it's this simple, dude. The etiquette of a room is if you're muted, at the discretion of the people who run the room, you don't just get out, unmute yourself, and come right back like an asshole. Okay, no one's obliged to entertain you in a room that they're curating. That's just absolute fuck-ass behavior. I could care less if your feelings are hurt and you have to come back and vindicate yourself. I could care less if you think my free speech. It's a curated room. Just respect the room. If they mute you, just take it. I mean, I don't know how hard that is to understand.
Sorry to interject, but you know those letter soups we used to eat? He just ate one, but it all consists of L's. Just L's everywhere. What a kid.
Yeah, so he failed to answer why time zones couldn't exist if the Earth was flat, which was the main question.
Well, they could. And they can exist if they're a globe as well. And you can also have no time zones as well on both.
Yeah, or you could be on a triangle, a pyramid, a trapezoid. So he failed to meet the burden that this is an exclusive phenomenon with globes.
Yeah, I mean, we set up those time systems because we wanted the sun in the middle of the sky, but we could just have one time zone for the entire Earth. It's just nothing. And same with the flat Earth.
Well, yeah, but so what we basically agreed on, me and him, even though he doesn't want to agree that we agreed, is that the sun is in a relatively different position throughout the day from our vantage point. And that's the truth.
Hmm?
He added a story to add on to that, right? And he said, this is my belief system, right? My belief system is that the reason why this is happening is because you're actually falling backwards on a spinning ball and the sun is staying fixed in its position relative to you.
That's how
Now-
it works. Yeah.
I mean, well, that's how it's claimed to work, sure.
That's the reason why they did the time zones like that, because they wanted the sun in the middle of the sky. Now, if you were looking at a globe, like, you know, if you walk like so many degrees, right, the sun would be in the middle of the sky, then walk so many other degrees, sun would be in the middle of the sky, and you can just draw lines from the poles to do that, right? You can also not do that, right? If you don't really heavily prefer the sun being in the middle of the sky at 12, right? Yeah.
But isn't the sun being in the middle of the sky at 12 defined as 12?
Yeah, that's the whole point of doing it. That's why they do that. You don't have to do it, but that's why they do it. But yeah, I think we mostly agree that like you can either have it or you don't have it. It's not really contingent on whether the Earth is a globe or flat. That doesn't really prove it or falsify it. So
Right, so he put that forth as one of his globe proofs. The second globe proof he put forth was gravity, which, you know, I didn't really see from his side how that proves anything about the Earth itself. He just like kind of threw it out there. And then the third thing he said was eclipses. And so I didn't get to hear what he meant by that and how it proves what the Earth's doing. So basically, he didn't provide anything that proves anything about what the Earth's doing.
what about eclipses? What eclipses?
I don't know. It was his claim. He said eclipses prove the Earth is a globe. I couldn't. We never got to it because he was too caught up on, you know, trying to force his beliefs down my throat, like a good proselytic zealot. The what?
Properties of circles or spheres.
Well, man, I don't know. You could. Circles and spheres are have definitions, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you was referring to that, there's like certain properties of spheres, which if you're on a surface of a sphere, you can work out if you're on a sphere, right? If you're on a flat surface, you know, it's possible to work out if you're on like a flat Earth being on it, right?
Yeah. So the correct methodology to determine that would be a direct measurement of either curvature or not curvature.
There's various ways of proving that. I mean, you know, one is like you can have a laser that was like ridiculously powerful. Stand here. You look at the coordinate system; it's parallel on the flat line. You shine a laser, and the other person sees it on the other side of, let's say, the Atlantic. If you're standing like in the UK,
Right.
you'd see it on the eastern coast, right?
Why would you expect to see a
That wouldn't
laser?
happen. It would just
Hold
go-
on a second.
You wouldn't see it.
No, just hold on a second. Why would you expect a laser to be able to travel all the way from one coast to the other?
Did you have a line of sight on a flat Earth?
No, you don't. Oh, well, okay, you have a line of sight, but just because you have a line of sight that you imagine as a ray extending out in free space, do you think that means that light can permeate the entire way?
If you had a sufficiently powerful enough laser, yes.
Okay, so how's it going to defeat the extinction coefficient?
And tight enough, like, you know, like good enough, strong enough. It's gonna be. You end up like getting a laser that's like mega powerful, like, you know, some of the powerful lasers in the world to do that kind of experiment that I referred to. Or you'd have to have like very advanced processing that could pick out like.
Okay, but the problem is that the like any technology that exists for a laser isn't going to be able to penetrate the atmosphere itself. I mean, the extinction coefficient is like in the 300 to 350 mile range. So after 400 miles, you ain't going to see your laser no matter what.
Well, you could, if you had like advanced enough sort of sensor equipment that could pick out single photons, you would be able to see it. With advanced enough processing, you could see it.
Oh yeah, well, let me ask this question. So you have an ocean, and you have the left side, we'll call that United States, and you have the right side, we'll call that Britain, right? So there's water between those two, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we understand that water is going to be level, right? And at that
Mhm.
level is either going to be interpreted as being a horizontal or it's going to be curved. But either way, it's going to be level. You know, it's not going to be like a hill of water where America's side of the lake is lower on a slope, right?
Right.
So if we
Talking
know
about
that,
elevation, you have valleys and hills. Is that what you're referring to?
yeah, well, there's going to be waves, obviously,
We just got on the highest
right?
mountain of the UK and America to solve that.
Yeah, but why? What I'm trying to get at is the body of water is going to do what bodies of water do, right? So if you have this, like your tub, you know, you got your bathtub. It's a body of water on a small scale. Okay, so if you fill your tub up halfway, one side of the tub doesn't have the water touching the top, and the other side have it touching the bottom, right? It's level across the tub, right?
Yeah, on a flat Earth, it would be
Okay, so
level. Yes.
okay, either way. So imagine you could imagine it was a curved tub. The water would still seek equilibrium, and you'd have an equipotential arc, right?
Then you don't have a flat Earth. You're having some kind of like flat thing
It
that's
doesn't matter,
slightly
dude.
arced. Probably like a bent coin, you know. But I mean,
Okay, you know what an arc? You know what an arc is, right?
well, you can have like a coin that was like bent, and that like could be like what you're talking about. But that's not a flat Earth, then.
All right, dude. I know this is hard. Maybe I'm not saying it right, but if the Earth is a giant globe, then the surface of the oceans are curved around it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so if water ipso facto by definition is the standard of level that we use, then that means that the curve of the water's equipotential arc will be level from this coast to the other coast,
No.
right? Wow.
So okay, are you talking about like sea level? How you define sea level? Like we just define that like, well, I guess the average level, I guess, of the sea on a spear, but it's still like curved. I don't know what you were saying there. Like, there's no direct line
Holy
of sight
shit, dude.
between
Holy
UK
shit.
and America.
Dude. This is breaking down into the incoherent oblivion. Okay, let's set up some facts here. Water is the benchmark standard for the term level, yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, the equipotential surface of water, if the Earth is flat, is going to be horizontal. If the Earth is a giant globe, is going to be an arc. Yes or no?
Yep.
Okay, so if level is level and bodies of water are level, then if I'm on one side of the ocean and you're on the other side of the ocean, and you stand on the shoreline and I'm standing on the shoreline, then there's going to be a level arc or a level horizontal in between us. Yes or no?
Okay, so it depends on the distance.
Wow, dude. Okay, let's be clear one more time. If the Earth is horizontal and flat, then the water's horizontal and flat. If the Earth is a giant ball, then the surface of the water follows an arc. Yes or no?
Yeah, like it's an arc on a globe, but like, for example, like you could have like a shoreline that was really close to you. Let's say 10
Wow.
miles away, right? I could wave to you, you could wave to me, right? It looks flat. I could shine a laser at you and do the experiment, right? You could shine it back. We
Wow,
both see
dude.
it, right? But if it's like really long away from you on a globe, let's say 1,000 miles
Doesn't
away,
matter.
right? You would not have a direct line of sight because it would go below the horizon. I would not be able to see you. You don't have the most powerful laser in the world.
Dude. We're not even there yet, dude. We're not even there yet. You're jumping ahead because you're thinking too much rather than listening. Yeah, what I'm trying to set here For example, when you lay a foundation, you dig a hole in the ground and you want to make it level. It's going to be the same elevation profile, right? So if my foundation needs to be 5 feet deep, I'm going to dig out a hole of earth that's 5 feet deep everywhere, right?
Locally to that point on Earth, yeah.
Wow, dude. Dude, you can't even engage a
I
hypothetical
said
without
yes.
infusing
I
your
said yes.
bias. Okay. Now, if I wanted to make an arc, right, I'd have to pick a central point, and I'd have to have all points on the arc either equidistant, if it's going to be a circle, or I'd have to have them be on some kind of parabolic arc or something, right, where they'd have to be different. But if we're going to go for a circle, they'd have to be equidistant, right?
Yeah, you'd have like an arc if you were drawing like points on a globe. Yeah, that's what happens.
Absolutely. So
But it could be
if we yes, correct. So if we make the arc and we set the depth to 1,000 feet and we fill it up with water, on one side it's going to be up 1,000 feet. How many feet is it going to be up on the other side?
1,000 feet.
There you go. So if I'm standing on one shore and
But it's
you're
local
standing
to
on
that
the other
point.
shore, if I'm standing on one shore and you're standing on the other shore, is the water touching your feet or your head? Which one?
It's touching my feet, but you built like
Correct.
you
So
have this
that
like
means
1,000-mile towers, but
that's
it's on
fine.
an
That
arc
means
though. Still,
no
on Earth.
duh. So that means that the entire surface between me and you, all the way from me to you, is doing one of two things. It's either straight or it's curving. Right?
It's curving, but it's like going in one direction.
Hey, listen, dude. I don't know why this is so hard tonight. It's like Glober mental challenge syndrome or something.
I just want to say, like, because the word level, it has to be like absolutely
Dude, that's
level.
what,
They don't mean
dude.
that when they're talking about like sea level.
Hey, dude,
when
why are
referring to
you
globes.
talking about all this extra stuff, dude? I
Okay.
conceded that in two paradigms, the level is going to be either described this way or described that way. Why are you like jumping ahead? It's almost
Well,
like you're
what
trying
point
to
are you making
curtail
now?
the argument.
What's the point?
Okay, the point is that I don't need to shoot a laser across the entire ocean to know whether it's curved or not. A smaller portion will be just as equally curved.
So when you shine a laser, lasers don't get bent by gravity. You wouldn't get bent; it would just go in a straight line. So let's say I was
Wow.
at the North Pole and you were on the equator, and I shined a laser.
Dude.
Guess what? It would just go straight out into space.
I mean,
And
that's a cool claim, dude. Let's stop with these
That's been
hypotheticals.
proven.
How much drop from the laser, if the laser was perfectly straight and horizontal, would you
There's
get
no
at
drop.
25
Lasers don't
miles?
drop. They go
Well,
straight.
they do.
Absolutely straight.
They do. That literally flat earthers did proof of it.
Oh, dude, shut the
Well, they get bent by gravity a tiny bit, but like not like to the degree
Okay.
that you're talking about.
Hey, dude, the problem with you, dude, is you're not listening to what I'm saying. Okay. I didn't say the laser bent. I didn't ask about the laser bending, dude. Okay, watch. Try to listen without trying to find a bias to latch onto. Just listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you set up a laser transit, just like you described when we began this conversation, right? You shoot a laser across a body of water. The body of water is either going to be parallel with the laser or it's going to arc down and away from the laser, right?
Yep.
So I want to know if the Earth had a radius of 3959 and you set up a laser 6 feet off the ground, standard eye height of a 6-foot man, let's say, and you leveled that laser and you shot it off at 25-mile range from your initial shooting point, how far would the alleged curve of the Earth drop away from the laser at 25 miles?
That's
Like how much?
really hard math question, but you're right. It would arc away.
No, dude. The question is not would it, because we're given that in the hypothetical. The question is how much.
Because it require complicated maths to work out, aren't you? Like asking like me to do like a geometry question that's really difficult.
Oh, I'll give you the answer. I'll give you the answer. The answer is 90 meters.
Okay. But it
Okay,
arcs
so what if
away
I
though.
told you what? Okay, that's a cool story. So what if I told you that dudes went out to Lake Idsil and shot a laser 25 miles at a 6-foot sending height and received it at a 6-foot reception height, 25 miles away?
And you say it will be 90 meters above his head.
That's your claim? It would be 90 meters above, right? That's what it would
Well,
have to
that's
be
what
if the
I
Earth
thought
was a
you meant
globe.
when you said like 90 meters, like the difference of like
Yeah.
the
The
arc
overshoot.
drop
Yeah.
is 90 meters.
Right. So the laser, according to you, should go right off into space, 90 meters above the guy's head.
That's what would happen, yes.
Okay, so that didn't happen.
On a globe, it
They
would.
went. Okay, that's a cool story. So I guess there's no globe then.
It depends on how big, like the spear you're talking about as well.
No, dude. The radius is given 3959 miles, right? Okay, so they made a laser. They took a laser. They went to Lake Idsil, and they did 17 other shots before that main shot, and they repeated the shot 2 weeks apart. But they took a laser to Lake Idsil. They horizontally panned the laser between, I think, like a 4-mile target, an 11-mile target, and then a 25-mile final target. And they received the laser in the camera that was 6 feet off, about 6 feet off the ground, at 25 miles away. Now, if you put in any standard refraction model, it's only going to deviate the laser by a few meters. I think 5 meters at the most. So you still have 85 meters.
Okay. Well, did they count for like the ground as well? Like, you know, what kind of
There's no,
ground they were
dude.
on?
There's no. Yeah, it's called water, dude. There's no ground.
They were just on water doing this experiment.
Yeah, they did it from one coast to the other coast. So there's nothing in between them but level water.
Well, water doesn't. It's not necessarily level. Sometimes it can.
Okay, that's great.
Height, like
Okay, that's great. But think about it. If the water's in the way, the laser hits the water and doesn't hit the target. Yeah, this is gunnery 101. If you hit your target, you hit your target. Period.
It depends on the distance.
Okay, yeah, 25 miles.
It also depends, like, if the ground is like literally truly flat between you.
Okay, one more time. If you level something out with a laser transit, 6 feet, 2 meters. Let's just use meters. 2 meters on one side, 2 meters on the other side. Okay. Then, assuming, like you said, a straight laser transit, that means your maximum differential between the 2 points is 2 meters, correct?
This is a perfect space, yeah.
No, dude. There's no assumption of sphere at all, dude. Why is it like no matter what is said, your brain just can't stop saying the word sphere for some reason?
It has to be a perfect sphere to get like this perfect geometry.
Okay, so the Earth, as described, with the radius and the differential of the alleged bulge in the center, could be described as perfect as a billiard ball, approximately. So this idea of it has to be perfect, you can just take that and throw it in the trash.
Any experiment that was doing this,
the maximum
for the local terrain, elevations, and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, cool. So, what is the elevation local terrain of water?
So, like, water can like bulge in certain areas. Like, have you seen a tidal wave, for example? Like,
Okay, great.
The water
I agree with you. I agreed with you already that if the water was obstructing the laser wouldn't have hit the target. So you can take the idea that there's an obstruction of water greater than 2 meters and throw that in the trash. And when you do a laser transit,
yeah, the arc should drop it. It will go over your head, right? As long as it's big enough distance and the spear is large
right,
enough.
dude? Yes, correct. At 25 miles, the laser beam should have went over their heads, 90 meters up in the sky.
Isn't the case on a perfect spear? On an imperfect spear, sorry. There'll be cases where that doesn't quite happen.
Okay, I mean that's great and all, but the problem is that the geometry of the Earth has been defined, and the physics of water have been defined, and the scalar of the arc between the alleged North Pole and the hemisphere demarcation point has been defined as having an extent of less than 20 miles differential, creating an arc that is nearly perfect.
If you accounted for all the imperfect differences on this, like on Earth, when you did this experiment, including on the water, which might have like various bulges.
Dude, what are you trying to say? What are you? No! Stop talking for a second. Stop talking. No, we are not, dude. Me and you cannot go forward talking about bulges in the way. The bulges are irrelevant. Let me explain. The laser transit is a laser on one side and a receiver on the other side. The only thing that would matter in this experiment is the orientation of the laser to the target. So the only thing that would ever come up, because keep in mind, if the laser hits the target, it means it's not obstructed by anything. So any humps of the water would be irrelevant. The only argument that could be even put to this is that the laser is not aimed at the target. The problem with that, though, is if the laser is aimed up, that just exacerbates the situation. Globe prediction. If the laser is aimed down locally, then it would hit the water before it reaches the target. So the fact that it reached the target, dude, is sufficient evidence that these things are not at play.
So you'd have to be like parallel to the Earth, the laser, and the other laser would have to be.
Yeah, that's called level, dude. Yeah, that's called level.
But that's like an idealized thing.
Okay, so one more time. I just got through debunking what you just said. It's almost like I'm from the future and I went back in time to tell myself how to defeat this point. Think about what I said, dude. If the laser is aimed up, off level, it's going to go further into the sky and make the predictive differential worse. If you aim the laser down, it's going to hit the water sooner and not reach the target.
It's going to do that.
Right. But you only have a differential of 2 meters, dude. So the laser hit the target, meaning that the maximum differential between point A and point B is 2 meters.
I feel like you want to go about this, like whatever, like kind of weird conditions you're talking about. Yeah, that's always going to be a downwards arc, right? Even someone standing like 2 meters away from me is technically sort of on a downwards arc. It's just really imperceptible in the grand scheme of things, right? It just seems flat locally. It really isn't. And if you had like really good measuring equipment and someone was standing 1 meter away from you, I could actually probably measure the arc of the Earth, with that, because there would be a slight arc. But it was difficult.
Listen, dude. This is getting ridiculous. You agreed at the beginning of this conversation that laser transit is an efficient methodology. I then described to you an experiment done in the field that used this methodology, and now you're trying to appeal to some economy of scale. The idea that the laser wasn't level, I defeated easily, because that would mean you'd miss the target. The target was hit, dude. What aren't you getting about this?
Is the Flat Earther doing this experiment?
What does that matter?
Because then the way you interpret the results would have some bearing.
Dude, there's no interpretation. It hit the target, dude.
Well, if the Flat Earther did this result,
you can't interpret whether it hit the target, dude.
Things.
Like, name one thing, dude.
The Earth is an imperfect sphere. That's one of them.
I already listen. Okay, hold on a second. I gotta go back to the past and debunk that 5 minutes ago. Yeah, they did. You know what it's called? Yep, absolutely. Guess what it's called? It's called the WGS84 ellipsoid model. That is what they were debunking. That is the geometry that they applied. Okay. This idea, dude, that whether it's an imperfect sphere or not doesn't matter. Because in gunnery, when you hit your target, you hit your target. Okay, if your round hits the target has been struck. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
But in short distances, this effect will be less noticeable, like the arc going down.
I mean, I could care
Long
less about
distances
short
is way more
distances,
noticeable.
dude. I could care less. We are talking about a specific distance. Well, that's what we've been talking about since we began.
If you do
25
short
miles.
distances, you have this effect you might not notice.
Okay,
But you
cool
will
story.
notice
Let's
it on
say,
very long
okay,
distances.
that's great. Perfect, great. So what you're saying is that at a larger distance, the discrepancy between the defeater of the curvature of the Earth is more announced. I agree. So I wouldn't do this like with a 1 foot level in my backyard. That's why they did it with 25 miles of water, dude.
Okay, but like, you wanted to prove the flat Earth model, right? You could do even more extreme experiment, right? That it's larger distance, right? With a more powerful
whatever, dude.
laser. I could stand in Ireland. You could stand on the eastern coast. You could have like the world's most powerful laser, and you could have like very good sensor equipment.
Dude,
I should be able to fire a laser across you. It hit you.
Dude, cool freaking story. No
It
such
wouldn't wanna
laser
go.
exists, dude. Holy shit, dude. Listen.
Well,
Listen to yourself, dude. You're going into fantasy land. I'm talking about the brute
fantasy
facts
just
of what
requires
occurred.
lasers that are really
Yeah,
powerful.
cool story. Yeah, why don't you go make one and buy one, and then me and you can go out and do it. But you see, the problem is, dude, that I'm showing you a demonstration of the globe geometry against the WGS-84 being defeated with a laser transit methodology by 2 orders of magnitude measurement, and you won't accept
I've
it.
heard this.
So the truth of the matter, friend, is, in my opinion, even if we did this laser across the ocean, you still wouldn't accept it.
Well, on a global model, you wouldn't get like they wouldn't hit each other.
Dude, I don't care. You couldn't accept it at 25 miles. You couldn't accept it at 25 miles. What makes me think you're going to accept it at 35 or 50?
Well, if you did an experiment with this ultra powerful laser, and it hit you on the eastern coast from Ireland, then maybe we have a point.
Whatever.
But I doubt that would be the case. You wouldn't.
Oh yeah, whatever, dude. Dude. Are you even listening to yourself, dude? Think about how silly you're sounding right now. The only thing you'll accept is an absolutely extreme, unachievable standard. When I've given you a standard that, you know what, dude? Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. You are lying right now. 100% lying. Yeah, you've done the calculations.
This requires really powerful lasers.
Okay, dude. How many megawatts and the collimator and the beam strengths and the wavelengths do you need?
You're talking like, I don't know, military grade lasers, science grade lasers for like mass experiments.
Oh, I thought you did the calculations already.
It's like in the megawatt range, like very high.
Whatever, dude. You're the kind of person that somebody would do a test 1 mile long and you say, no, I need 25 miles. And then I show you the 25 miles. You say, no, I need 25,000 miles. You're so disingenuous,
25,000 miles, if it was flat, you still get the results.
Hey, guess what? If it was a globe, you'd shoot over 90 meters, but you hit the target. So it is the same results. At this point, dude, to be fair, I've already given you the brass tacks. You haven't provided any sufficient defeaters. You've appealed to an economy of scale, but even in your own economy, 25 miles is sufficient to defeat the globe geometry.
I didn't say that. I didn't say 25 miles. I said, like, I did a different experiment.
No, I said,
right, you keep
dude,
going
I'm telling you, listen, an arc is an arc, dude. All you need is a sufficient methodology to see the differential and determine whether it's arced in that manner or not. That's all you need. Yeah. 25 miles is sufficient. Okay, listen, Ken, let's be clear. You don't even understand the principles at play at 25 miles. How am I going to expect you to understand the principles at 2,500 miles?
Well, like, they worked out, like, the French worked out the world was flat. The world was a globe, sorry. Like, a long time ago, like, in the 1700s, they could do experiments.
Okay, cool story.
Like, on mass-scale experiments.
Cool story, don't care.
Like, the curvature of the Earth.
I don't care.
I mean, the French did it in the 1700s, dude.
Don't care. I don't care what, dude. I don't care that you claim they did something. What did they do?
Well, they worked out like what the curvature of the Earth was, and they were trying to work out like what the distance was from the North Pole to the equator, so they could do like some calculations that they wanted to do. It was really difficult to do. It cost a lot of money. They eventually worked it out.
Oh yeah, dude, that's a cool story. So listen to me. Check out my story. So the dudes went to the lake and they worked it out that it was flat, and they worked it out. It was hard, and they worked it out.
I mean, if the French in 1700s did this experiment, which contradicts what like this,
Hold on a second.
low budget
The guys that
experiment.
went to Lake Igso, guys that went to Lake Igso, they did it 3 years ago. Oh, they did it 3 years ago, dude. They did it and they worked it out.
And the French did it 700 years ago, and it contradicts. Well, in the 1700s, it contradicts it, right? With like a government scale budget.
Don't care.
Okay.
What did they do? Listen, I'm going to ask this one more time, and hopefully you'll be able to provide the answer. Otherwise, we're not talking about it anymore until you provide a citation. So, what did they do?
Specifically, but like this experiment you're referring to is done by a flat earther, I'm guessing. So I would.
It doesn't matter, dude.
Of like the
It
interpretation.
doesn't matter, dude.
It does matter.
There's no dude. I'm going to be very clear to you, dude, and I hope you get this through your head. The data is the data, right? The interpretation is that it hit the target. Okay, your claim on a globe, which you said in the first instance, is that the laser would shoot off into space. It didn't do that. It hit the target. There's no interpreting, dude.
If
It
you
hit the
orient
target.
it downwards, right? You orient downwards on a globe. as you
Holy
talked
shit.
earlier, right? And there was an arc. Yeah, it would hit the target, right? And you would get it's shooting on a bow, right, above you, right? But that's if you arc it down. The laser has to be perfectly flat to do that, right? If you can like be on like the edge of the horizon,
Nope.
and then
Nope.
arc your lasers
Nope.
downwards,
No,
right, and they would hit each other. But then that would be a faulty experiment.
no, dude. If you are 2 meters off the ground, and if the Earth is a globe with a 3959 radius, turning the laser downwards would make it hit the ground
You're talking about like a
way
slight
before
angle,
it
like 1 degree or something like that.
Okay, let me say it one more time, dude, for the slow kids, which includes you. If you arc the laser down by leveling it down, you're going to hit the ground.
I said 1 degree.
Period.
Like a small degree.
Wow.
You asked me to like doing like advanced geometry calculations.
No, dude. This is the way. No, this is the way it's going to go. This is the way it's going to go, friend. I'm sick of you gaslighting yourself, so I'm going to do you a favor from one human to another. You are not allowed to talk about this anymore until you get a right-angle trial calculator on the internet and discover what a 1 degree downwards angle from 6 feet off the ground when it would intersect the Earth. Okay? Until you have that data, you're talking out your ass.
Well, again, like, you know, you can aim, like the experiment requires parallelism to the Earth.
Dude, I don't care.
Okay, well,
Go and do your homework. Go and do your homework that you're just
the
asked to
French
do.
did their homework in the 1700s, you know.
Yep. What did they do?
The Greeks did as well.
Dude,
you talk about
all
boats
right, you're done.
on the horizon,
Don't
right?
care. Don't give a fuck.
There's another experiment,
Don't
right? You could do
care.
that. The Greeks did it.
That's not an experiment, dude.
The Earth as a globe.
That's not an
Really,
experiment.
2,000 years ago, you know, with like.
Okay, dude. Why are you being so deceptive to yourself right now?
Well, the Greeks did it. Like, you know, there was like, you know, they were in caves.
Dude,
Pretty much.
what? Okay, let's
with
do
cave telescopes.
All right, dude. Okay, we are going to talk about 1 point. So you just said 4. Pick one of them and talk about that one and that one only. We're not going to do this shotgun back and forth.
Like, we're not going to like agree with all this thing. So, you know, the boat thing, which is another claim, you know, because you're going to just look at one source evidence, you can look at multiple, right? You're saying like they did the calculation. Assuming they did everything correct, it probably did some kind of fold.
All right, whatever, dude.
Okay, that's good. We
All
can
right, dude.
multiple points to come to a conclusion. And the boat one, dropping, is something that's been observed
Don't care.
2,000 years. But the Greeks,
Yeah, cool
Romans
story.
could see this,
Cool
right?
story.
With their telescopes.
Okay, so one more time, dude. I'm going to give you some homework. If you fail to do it, you're done here. Because I'm sick
Are the
and
Greeks and
tired
Romans
of your
done?
vagary. Hey, dude. This is where I give you the homework and you choose to complete it or not. So you can either listen to what it is or you can just forfeit right now.
Okay. Clearly, you have your interpretation of it. That's fine. You're
All right,
entitled to
all
that.
right.
Like, we disagree on that.
All right, yep. Cool story. So, according to your belief in a globe radius of 3959, for a 6-foot tall observer, how far is the horizon?
Do I have like an advanced math calculation thing on me?
All right, yep. All right. I'm going to ask since my functions aren't working at the moment, I'm going to ask the other mods to mute you until you give the answer.
Well, that's you quite asked me to.
Yep. Okay, I asked you numerous times for brass tacks facts that you couldn't provide. So now you're going to be held to the task. So you could speak again when you answer any of the specific brass tacks facts questions you were asked. The easiest one would be the last one, which is how far away is the horizon if you're a 6-foot tall observer, based on a globe radius of 3959. And if you don't know that, then your interpretation of what you're seeing with boats or anything is irrelevant. So feel free to type it in the chat. It's super simple. You just Google Earth curve calculator, then put 6-foot tall observer, and then see the distance to the horizon. Super simple, easy. I'm only doing this because I love you. It's tough love.
So I get that he was being obstructive, but I don't see how him not knowing a basic fact of the thing is worth destroying the conversation.
That conversation wasn't destroyed. It wasn't a conversation anymore. That's the problem.
So sometimes silence is better than listening to somebody obfuscate and just divert and just not provide what they are saying. So that's why
He can't. Yeah, he can't. He can't talk about these points unless he knows those facts. And because he's shotgunning, every time I try to explain to him the fact, okay, I couldn't because he wouldn't stop jumping around. So he had to be put into a place of stationary. Okay? Period. End of story. There's no more discussion about it. So if that's what you want to talk about, feel free to go to another room and talk about it. But we're not going to talk about it here. You could talk about the arguments and the arguments only. If you proceed to talk about me, how I interacted with that guy, and not the arguments that were being made and the actual points about the arguments, then you could just kick rocks right now. Right now.
Yeah, I won't do that, but I will speak to the general principle of engaging in sort of rhetoric. It's better when someone's ignorant on topic to educate them, and if they're over talking and stuff like that, then use your mod powers, mute them when so you could say your piece, and then let them respond, and they'll learn the system soon enough.
Yeah, I did. I told them for your own good. I'm stopping you there until you do this homework. Tough love.
I know, but the homework wasn't related to what he was claiming. You got to educate his false. Anyways, I want to keep it general, so take it or leave.
Well, I've been doing this for the better part of a decade, and guys like him, okay, need to be shut down at a particular point where they've reached a point where they can't even proceed any further, and then he has to decide whether he's going to come back armed with the knowledge or just give up. He has to choose that. I can't choose that for him. You know, why do I gotta hear? Because the French did it. And then I ask, what did the French do? I don't know. So, who knows what the French did? Anybody? The French kiss, therefore the Earth's a globe?
No, it's the French horn. See, the French horn has curvature that's undeniable, and that allowed them to come up with the math required for the globe model.
Yo, Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. Oh, you're not here, huh? Do you guys think Trump is going to tell you about the flat earth when he gets elected?
Yeah.
So, he is part of them, huh?
Who knows?
Most likely, huh?
Well, flat Earth isn't actually antithetical to the world power system. It can be synergized.
I guess it is, my friend. I guess it is. I strongly believe our leaders know exactly what the shape of the earth is. Ergo, I believe our leaders lie to us.
So that I didn't want to give that guy a bone because a lot of other flat earthers would actually tell him the main globe rhetoric against the laser test style arguments. I wanted to see if he could discover it on his own, but he actually parsed out that from his point of view, the lasers can't bend in any significant amount. So a laser transit methodology would be extremely accurate, which he conceded at the beginning. Because if, quote unquote, the Earth is a globe, as he believes, then the only way for this observation to occur would be if the laser itself was curving around the curve. Pointing it down, it would hit the ground. Pointing it up, it would go up into the sky, according to his own view of how the laser works.
I'm not sure if this is a good argument because actually with the laser experiment it would be very simple to prove that the earth is flat, and it seems like every flat earth on this earth was too lazy to try that out, so
Yeah, and they don't. A lot of them don't even talk about it anymore. A lot of flat earthers talk about the sky more than the globers talk about the sky.
I mean, for me the firmament is way more interesting than the shape of the earth, but I see where you're coming from. But still, it would be very easy to prove that the earth is flat, and it seems like the whole flat earth community doesn't want to prove it in a way as well.
Well, in what way? What way would be that they could all do it and prove it? You're saying lasers?
Yeah, lasers would be very nice, but you could also do it with light or whatever, no? You could just search for a very big desert which is obviously straightened, and you could just see if you can see further than curvature should allow to see.
Yeah, there's plenty of people that do that. There's people
Yeah.
that done that with on icy lakes, deserts,
I've seen all of them
mirror
clips.
flashes.
I've seen all of them clips. I understand. I'm just saying. That's why we believe in the Earth is flat. But we never know if they are fake or not, if they are part of the game or not. How can we trust in someone on YouTube at the end? And flat earthers don't like to talk about the firmament, and that makes me wondering if the flat earthers are not also part of the illusion the elite tried to make us believe. Mick, for example, has a firmament picture. So Mick is one who is probably interested into the firmament, but no one else in here. So
Well, in my experience, the majority of flat earthers aren't really flat earthers per se, because if you just imagine a hierarchy of like a defining term, is that flat Earth isn't above all of their other positions. So, for example, they're more interested in New Age philosophy than they are in the shape of the Earth, and the Earth being flat is just more conducive at the moment to transiting their ideas going forward into this synergy of the New Age and their worldview.
yeah, that sounds about right to me. It's a difficult topic.
And so what I generally mean by that is that the Globers and the Flat Earthers, after they go through this process, are going to be essentially the same. They're going to be the same type of people.
They're both religious.
I don't feel like. Oh yeah, that makes sense. So you are right.
Yeah, so this is a classic. So there is the Hegelian dialectic, which is problem, reaction, solution. But there's another one, which is called thesis, globe, antithesis, flat, synthesis, which is something new that comes out of the conflict between the two.
But if the Earth is flat, that means there. I don't understand why the topic ends there. Does that make sense? Because if the Earth is flat, we all probably agree that there is people on this Earth understanding that the Earth is flat, right? I mean, not
I think
like
it might be a
we
bit of a
are.
false.
I mean, like not like we are believing because we have seen hundreds of thousand conspiracy videos. I mean, like actual people who 100% sure know the truth.
Yeah, like for Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution. These are things that are manufactured. Whereas with the Earth being globe or flat, is an objective fact, one or the other. Curving, the curvature.
No, not necessarily.
I don't know.
No,
You're talking.
Yeah, but the problem is you're looking at it from one way of flow. So, for example, let's just say the Earth begins flat. Okay, if the Earth is flat, right, and then an entire antithesis is constructed that the masses believe in for an extended period of time, right, then the revelation that the Earth is flat is still coming out of that antithesis having been soaked into the culture, right? So the people are still prone to being synthesized into a new worldview, where the material fact that the Earth is flat is of the least significance, and the more significant thing is the whole social culture around it and the new quote unquote era that we're moving into,
No,
which will be still controlled. And most of the people who believe the earth is flat will go into the new era of control willingly.
because they are not talking about who created the antithesis and why was the antithesis created. You see, the topic for flat earthers ends and starts with the shape of the earth. But for the chicken in the chicken farm, it doesn't care if the earth is round or not. The topic should be who is the farmer who created the thesis that there is no gate for the farm, right? So when everyone on the flat earthers stopped the debate with the shape of the earth, that's exactly what they want us to do now, because then we for sure stay dumb.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with what you said regarding like the thesis, antithesis, whatever you said, synthesis, applying to this sort of thing. But I do agree with what you said before, which is like that globe earthers and flat earthers on one level are the same because they're both kind of like hierarchically they put something above, their conception of the earth. So, for instance, you have a lot of flat earthers that believe in things that haven't been verified whatsoever. Like the firmament, for instance, you guys were talking about the firmament earlier. We don't have any sort of evidence of the firmament. We don't have. It's just like it's affirming the consequence, but it's there because of religion. People have this religious belief, this faith that is making them make truth claims about something that they have no information or knowledge about.
Yes, but look, when the earth is round, then everyone agrees that we are all on the same planet, we are all spinning through the galaxy, and we are all in the same boat. If the earth is flat, then I guess most of us would agree that we are not all on the same boat, because there would be people who have the exit to the gate or who would know that there is a gate, right?
No. Why do you
Oh, because I don't think that we have something like NASA and Elon Musk spaceships and whatever, and that they don't know exactly what's going on. It makes no sense that we are actually sending rockets into space, and the people controlling these rockets do not know for sure what is going on.
No, they could have insider information. They could
Yes,
have like some sort of special like control, but to say gate or like like a edge or any of these like things that we can't make claims, I think that'd be premature.
but if you know that the earth is flat and you know that the world is fed with a lie about the shape of the earth, that means you are a gatekeeper. Doesn't care if there is a real gate or no. It means you. Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't realize you meant like a metaphorical gate, like gatekeeping.
I mean a real gate, for my opinion, but it could be a metaphorical gate. I think that there is people on this earth who really understand what's going on, and they are lying to us, and they are not revealing the truth to us, right? So that is the topic which should be interesting, not the shape of the earth, or am I wrong?
So you're back in RVC telling us that we should change the topic?
I'm not saying we should change the topic. I'm saying we should extend the topic. It's the same topic.
Well, when you have something verifiable to say about that, then bring it forth.
Well, do you believe that Elon Musk, for example, and NASA don't know the shape of the Earth? Or do you think they know?
So I asked for verifiable, and you immediately started with believe.
Okay, for me, it's very verifiable that we are actually sending rockets into the air. And they know,
Great.
and it's very verifiable for me that obviously if I send a rocket into the air, that at the end of the rocket, I know if this rocket goes to something like the universe or not.
Cool. So that would just be a sky thing, though, not necessarily a shape of the ground thing.
But it's also logic for me that if I'm 50 kilometers in space with my rocket and I have video cameras on the rocket, that at the end I would see curvature or I would not see curvature.
don't really expect to see it at 50 kilometers,
Okay,
even on the globe.
I don't know how high they fly, but I guess if there is something like ISS over us, that ISS should be high enough to understand if there is curvature or no.
Not the Chinese ISS.
I'm with you. I
Yeah,
think it's
so
fake
there's
ISS, but do you understand where I'm coming from? It makes no sense that these people who have these huge rockets don't know what's going on. It makes no sense.
well, let's take the ISS for example. The people that go to that altitude, from their vantage point, could only see 3% of the Earth.
Yeah, but they know if the Earth, if ISS is circling over a flat plane, like all pilots say, everything is flat, or they know if they are circling around the globe. No, it doesn't make any sense.
Why they can't? No. Think about it. They can't see the entire Earth simultaneously. All as they can do is traverse over the top of the available surface that they have able to see. And when they move, they're going to see more. So from that vantage point, how could they know what they're traveling over?
I mean, you can argue that you don't believe that they know, and I cannot prove that they know, but in my logical thinking, maybe this is not logical in general, but for my personal logical thinking, it makes no sense that them people don't know.
Hi, AI Overlord. You want to continue where we left off a few days ago?
What was it?
It was about how we were talking about something about like optics and fucking what was it? Optics and light and the shutter speed of a camera lens.
Continue. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, no worries, man. Appreciate it. Anyway, we were talking about shutter speed, camera lenses, the f-stops. What was it? Were you the guy who did that or no?
Not in the past few days. I don't think so.
No, it was some other guy. Okay, I apologize. I'll talk to you later. Peace.
Might be Indio.
So let's come back to the topic, because it's the first time I'm allowed to speak about that topic in this channel. Can we agree that our very powerful, rich people with big rockets should understand on what kind of plane we live?
The only ones that would even begin to even be close are the ISS, and I don't even think they're high enough.
Yeah, we all think they are fake, obviously, because we know NASA is fake. I understand that. But if they
I just don't think that even from
I don't know about the rich people with the rocket. I don't know about the rich people shooting up the rockets, like the Virgin Galactic and whatever it's called. But if they're lying about it, then someone obviously knows the truth, and that's why the lie was manufactured in the first place.
Exactly.
So your question is kind of obvious. Good answer to it.
Yeah.
That's the interesting question in the flat Earth theory, right? So why do they, if they know, why don't they let us know?
I don't think that's that interesting. I think the answer is obvious: power.
I mean, if we believe the Earth is flat, right, and we know we have our 7 continents, and we don't know what is outside of that 7 continents, it might be the end of the world, it might not be.
There is no flat Earth. But you just get muted for trying to argue that shit here.
What?
No,
Get muted for what?
Towards, respectfully, debate it, and you won't get muted. Man. Try.
You know how many times I've tried doing that here, bud?
Okay, the problem is I got muted as well every day, and I'm a flat earther. No worries, don't cry about that. It's a muting channel.
Nobody's crying about it, dude.
Anyway, we have a topic, and the topic is not that you argue that it's globe. So no one cares, dude. No one believes
it's not flat Earth right now?
No, it is, but it's not about discussing if it's a globe or not. We agree at the
How about
moment.
this? War versus Alexander 1v1.
Please, bro. I would actually really appreciate that. I've not gotten this opportunity on this server yet. And I have some compelling arguments.
I don't have compelling arguments why the Earth is flat. I don't have compelling arguments why the Earth is not flat. I don't have compelling arguments for anything of that. I have seen
Why do you
hundreds
believe
of thousands. I have seen hundreds of thousands of clips in my life, which made me conclude that we live not on a plane, or we don't live in that what we want. No, sorry, my English is bad. I came to the conclusion that the people who know where we live don't tell us the truth. You see, I don't care what the truth is. I care what the truth is. I know I don't know the truth. That's my
So
fact.
let me say something really quick. So, I mean, I'm going to preface this by saying that I'm a huge conspiracy theorist. I mean, I believe in Rupes Nigra, the giant black rock in Antarctica. I believe in a lot of crazy shit. But I believe that the Earth is a globe, and that's due to empirical evidence. I would start by citing Lake Pontchartrain, which is a lake that's pretty long, and it's got a bridge that goes all the way across it. And this lake displays curvature because of the bridge. There's many pictures you can access. You know, you can look at it yourself. It's got one of the longest bridges in the world, 38 kilometers. And the thing curves. You can see it with your own eyes. My main argument, you know, that I like to bring up in here, and I've been muted for it every time, but we actually have archives of footage, live streams from the International Space Station, and they correspond with live weather events. And it's really impressive actually if you go take a look at it. It's thousands of hours of footage. So my question is, you know, only one of two things can be happening. Either this is true footage, you know, it's real, or we have the technology to make thousands of hours of high fidelity CGI that lines up with natural weather events like hurricanes and, you know, cloud formations and stuff like that. So, do you personally believe that
Is it possible that there's a third option, where that, like, flesh out your first option, that it's real footage, but not from an international space station, but just from like a high altitude helium balloon?
Sure, but here's the deal, right? So we can actually use reference points from that footage to determine whether this thing is going in a straight line or whether it's going in a circle. So on a flat plane, obviously if it was going in a straight line, you would eventually leave the plane. But on a globe, you can go in a straight line on one axis and keep going indefinitely because you orbit the damn thing. So if we look at the International Space Station footage, you can see, based on the landmarks on Earth, that this thing is not turning. It's going straight. But it elliptically goes straight, continuously, forever. It doesn't turn. It doesn't fall off the plane. So we have, you know, some pretty concrete footage of the Earth for thousands of hours.
And listen,
I mean,
okay? Listen. In 1969, I think, humankind went to the moon, right?
I don't believe
NASA,
we did. I don't
okay,
believe that.
NASA brought stones back from the moon. They gave stones from the moon to multiple presidents, celebrities, and whatever. 10 years ago, it was not Macron, it was the French president before Macron, let one of the stones test biologically in a laboratory. They came to the conclusion it's just wood. After that, many other people with moonstones made the same tests, and all of them were wrong. All of them were fake.
Yeah, I
Then,
don't believe
okay,
any
listen.
electron personally.
NASA has
Hold on, can I
deleted.
respond to what he said about the orbit of the ISS? Like, can we
Yeah,
stick
I'd
on one
like you to
topic, please?
engage in what I'm saying. You know, I
I
appreciate
am
your percent.
engaging in what you're saying. I'm engaging. Let me
So-
finish my sentence. You will understand in a second. NASA
Okay.
has lost all buildings plans to the rocket, so there is no mechanical evidence. And many people like Buzz Aldrin now say that they never had been on the moon. We can know for sure that NASA lied for everything. So why would we now believe, after they have lied over centuries to us,
Okay,
that
I
now
understand the argument. Basically,
Hold
what I
on,
would
let him
say
finish.
is I have a
I'd like to respond.
pretty decent understanding of CGI. And I understand how difficult it can be sometimes to render images of that size. Now, take Avengers Endgame, for example. Do you know how long it took for them to render the
No,
CGI
hold
footage
up,
in that movie?
man. Okay, 1 second. Sorry to interrupt, but we're going from what you said, which warranted a proper reply, to what he said, and we're not even like addressing. Okay, so for instance, Alexander, you're saying that NASA lied, sure, but he pointed to material evidence. Well, he hasn't provided that evidence yet, but he made an argument, on the basis of material evidence that doesn't matter, objectively would be existing regardless of what the lie is or if they're lying or anything. He's saying that if you look at the snapshots that the ISS takes, it follows a straight trajectory over land that he's saying would not happen on flat Earth. Okay, so if you could address that argument, that'd be fantastic. But saying NASA lies doesn't really help. Now, War, I'd like to, offer a plausible, like, a hypothesis as to how that's happening or what's happening. It's possible maybe that the ISS has like some sort of magnetic heading, right? Maybe it's like, like magnetized to kind of like rotate around the central north, and so it goes in an east-west circle, these concentric circles, and like that it's affecting its circuit. So while it seems like a straight line, like on the globe, it's actually just like circular east-west, or whatever the trajectory is on flat Earth.
So we actually this all came about because I was studying Antarctica, and I was very curious to why they're hiding secrets about that place, and I found that one of the only places where I could get clear footage of Antarctica from a really high vantage point was the International Space Station archive of footage. And actually, the specific footage that I found, which involved Rupes Nigra, or the giant black stone in the center of Antarctica, was visible up until 2019, I believe. And I got a few of my buddies that might have the link, actually. But if you go try to access it now, it's gone. So there's not just one satellite, and there's not just one point of reference. So in that link, it has footage from every single satellite that we've documented, not just the International Space Station. So you have different points of reference, and if you were to digitally map the trajectory of these things, I guarantee you it's not going in a massive circle. It's going in a straight line because we're intersecting different points. It's not sitting on the same. They're not all sitting on the same orbit, so to say. They sit at different altitudes. They have different video quality. They have different trajectories. And
yeah, but I'm not saying that they're actually going in a circle. I'm not saying they're actually going in a circle. I'm saying east-west could be concentric circles on a flat Earth, and they could be magnetized, so that it's traveling in such a way that makes sense.
I gotta say,
wait up, hold up.
Who's this guy?
I thought the ISS had a course that deviated. Because if it went in a perfectly straight line, as you're saying, which means not deviating left or right, I would see it every 90 minutes.
Well, of course it deviates, right? That's why we have footage of the whole Earth and not just one axis of the planet. But I'm saying for the most part, we can map its previous location about an hour ago compared to its location now, and then an hour later, and an hour after that, and track a trajectory for it, right? In order for it to be moving on a flat Earth plane, we would have to find a visible curve. And the way that the International Space Station changes its axis is not actually by the station itself moving its axis, but it's by the Earth moving its axis. Because the Earth itself does not sit on a perfect axis all year round. It actually slightly deviates, causing the International Space Station itself to be on different spots over the land different times of year. I mean, this thing's moving at 14,000 miles per hour.
Oh, so you threw in an extra claim there. Now you're going to be held to account
You
for the
got
Earth.
the Apocryphon's gift, man. That's exactly what I was thinking about. Like, it's magnetized somehow to like go around the north.
And bear in mind, it's obviously not a perfectly straight line. And that's just one thing to ponder. It's not concrete evidence that the Earth is a globe. I mean, you can argue that it's VFX. You can argue many things.
The Earth's moving.
Well, can I ask you a question? How do
Yeah,
you
sure.
explain yourself that we literally launch rockets into space once a week nowadays, and we don't have an uncut video footage from start to the ISS, just uncut video? How does that not exist in 2024 when we
Because
all
they
have
have shit to hide. I'm telling you, I spent years trying to find footage of Antarctica from space, and it was very difficult to come by. And when I did, the thing got banned and locked and fucking removed from the internet. So, just because they want to hide shit from you does not mean that we're living on a flat plane, gentlemen. I mean, look, we have to use our minds a little bit, okay? When I look out of a telescope
Okay.
and I look at celestial bodies, and we're able to look at it from different parts of the planet at the same time, and different telescopes have different magnification.
What do you
What
see
do you think
different?
we're looking at? What do you
Dude,
think
that's
we're
not my
looking at?
argument anyway. That wouldn't be my argument. I don't think it'd be like
I'm not even
aliens
forming an
or-
argument yet.
I
I'm
don't
just
think it
asking
would
you
be
a
You're looking at a
heretics argument.
UFO.
There's
When we-
so
when
many
we
people
look
here
at-
whose argument is not the government lies, therefore the Earth is flat.
Well,
Please
no,
don't
no.
just
I'm
assume.
just saying.
If you want to
saying
know
that-
why we say the Earth is flat, you should ask instead of like assuming and
Brother, I've been here under
placing upon
different
us.
aliases for years. I've heard a lot of your arguments. I just want you to engage with a few of mine because
All right, I've been here for months. What is my argument?
I'll engage. Well, let me just say this: War, if what you're saying is true, if they have all these photos which show like more or less the straight kind of like trajectory of the ISS, that would be good evidence. Because with a helium balloon, I don't think they could do that. But who knows?
Oh, absolutely not. And I'm actually going to link the archival footage here in the chat. And if anybody wants to be good faith, I urge you to open it and look at the thousands of hours of footage that we have that correspond with real life events. And furthermore, I mean, all I'm trying to say with the telescopes is we look at space, different people, independent sources, and we see the same heavenly bodies, different states throughout the years. And we've actually witnessed some beautiful things go on in space. And if you were to claim that we're looking at an image or some type of projection, you would need an infinitely scalable image with a resolution that we
What do you
haven't
mean
even
projection,
discovered.
dude? What do you mean projection? What do you mean by that?
I've talked to flat earthers before that said we're basically
Yeah,
looking
some
at an
weird flat earthers.
Oh, you're fighting a battle with an imaginary friend, man.
Well, let's
You don't
not
find that
let's not
shit
get to
weird.
the
People that
aspect.
fighting
I
demons.
need to be
Arwen
respectful
thinks
here.
it's projection. Hologram,
That's
I mean.
You're in
that's
the
one
big
thing
league
they
now,
say.
here, boy.
Another thing
You're
that
in
they
the
say
big league.
is that
So
we're looking
you're not on TikTok anymore, dealing with Dave
Why are
Weiss
you
fans.
bombarding me, man? I mean, let me
Dude,
finish a sentence.
Dude,
I've been civil.
stop strawmanning people here. Like you're fighting. You're literally
He's gonna
fighting an
use these
imaginary
crazy
friend, man.
tactics, and I bet you he's gonna mute me or kick me next. That's what they all do.
Are you
Look, I'm trying
shadow
my best.
boxing right now?
War, to be fair, like the
something?
idea that all the luminaries are like projections or whatever or holograms, it's a minority viewpoint amongst flat earthers. I know for a fact like there's a couple, at least one notable one. I know Arwen, he believes that it's a hologram.
Well, I'm just trying to
it's a
hit a
minority
different.
viewpoint.
I'm trying to hit at different points because you don't even agree amongst yourselves. You disagree.
You don't
Some believe in
agree
the
amongst
firmament.
yourself.
Some don't.
Where's the
Some
curve
believe in a
alert at?
dome. Others don't. Some think it's
No,
a
no, where-
projection. Some think it's real. So it's very hard for me to
What's
speak objectively.
what's the
here.
projection?
There's flat earthers
So
that
instead of-
believe that when you look through a telescope, you're looking at some type of
What
hologram.
are you looking at? What are you looking at?
Can I debate
look-
one person? Is that
No,
possible?
Yeah, I'm asking, what are
can
you
I
looking
answer?
at?
No, I want to
Okay,
answer to
tell
your
me.
first topic, okay? It doesn't care if you take the pictures on a globe or on a flat Earth.
All I was going to get at is when we observe the
all the
heavenly bodies
pictures you
in their
have
spheres.
War, the guy was talking, man. Please don't interrupt him.
All the
I was gonna
pictures
finish.
you have seen look identical, made on a globe or flat. There is no difference.
Everything I've seen is a globe. And
No,
you want me to
you have
believe that
seen,
we're on a
you have
flat plane?
never seen the globe. That's the point. You have seen pictures of part of the Earth.
No, sir. I'm talking about heavenly bodies that we observe through telescopes.
Okay, but if you watch something from bottom with the telescope, right, and you see a planet, for example, like
We see different sides of it. We see
Yes,
all.
but
We see.
we
So, for
don't
example,
know
when we
then.
observe
Listen, we
Jupiter.
don't know then if this is a planet 7 light years away or whatever it is,
Okay,
We
brilliant.
only
I'm not
see.
appealing to how far away it is or how close it is. I'm appealing to its shape.
Ooh.
The shape is a globe.
Yeah, War, but you
You
only ever
what?
see it as a circle, right? The only thing I would be inclined to agree with you with the moon, it looks like it has texture, so we could say it's like it's material and it might be, spherical as a result of that. With all the other things, you see them as just like lights that change, right? And it might be
That's
that
not true.
they just
That's
have.
not true. Actually, if you have a high fidelity telescope, I mean, I was 9 years old when I saw Saturn for the first time, and it's a sight to see, bro. You see all the rings and everything, and
Yeah, but you saw it from one angle. You can't appreciate depth. You don't know it's 3D.
yeah,
You don't know it's a
but here's
sphere.
the deal.
You see
Actually,
it as a
we
circle
live in
that
a
paints
day
fades.
and age. We live in a day and age where we have thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of independent astrologers and amateur astrologers that can look at these heavenly bodies throughout different
You mean
phases
astronomers?
throughout the years and witness all sides of them. So
No,
it's
no.
not.
See, they're all phases. You don't know if they're multiple sides or if it's just a different like the mechanism at play wherein this one surface is changing its appearance. It's
Yeah, well,
possible
that's
as one
ridiculous.
surface
That's a
changing
lot
its
more
appearance. You don't know.
ridiculous than to believe it's a globe. Because if the appearance returns to its regular
Yeah, okay.
state,
No,
say
if you're
one
saying
second.
you believe
Wait,
it's a globe, or
let
it's
me
likely
finish
it's
my
a globe,
rebuttal. Let me
because
finish my rebuttal. Let me
okay.
fucking finish my rebuttal. I've been civil. Come on, look. If let's say we're looking at one side of Saturn, and then it rotates, and a year later we're looking at the same side again. What you're telling me is that it's a morphic structure that's flat and changes. It would have to return to that same form. This is some new type of physics that we've never ever. Your whole flat earth ideology is based on, I believe what I see. When have you ever seen something
If
like that?
you put a plate into the air and you look at the plate from bottom, the plate looks round. You cannot decide the shape you are seeing by seeing it, because even a plate which is flat but round in shape still will always look the same. It doesn't care if you look at the planet or a flat plane.
And
If
you're
it's round,
assuming
it
that
looks.
all of these plates in the sky are perfectly facing us. We would actually be able to see
Man,
either.
the
No.
moon is facing us
It would,
Where do you get
perfectly
it
that
would look
from,
like
though?
it
forever.
would look like an
We have
oval
never seen the backside
while at
of the
other
moon.
times
How is that possible if the moon is
Can I
rotating
like
its
can I
response. You just
can I
want to.
illustrate something here,
No.
please?
I mean, I have a good response for every argument you make.
Oh, you're making arguments for us that we haven't made yet.
Why are you angry, brother?
Who says that we're, dude, man?
Look,
You
we're
know
all
what the problem
gentlemen.
is here? You know what the problem? The
Oh,
problem is you are talking about Saturn with a presupposed idea of solar system and universe and equating Saturn to the
absolutely
Earth
not.
when a lot
Basically,
of
what I'm
flat
looking at.
earthers don't have that perception of reality as if Earth is part of that
Listen,
so-called universe.
I
So when you say,
understand.
how is Saturn a globe? Well, in the most flat earthers' minds, Saturn and Earth are two separate entities, even though they work together, if that makes
That's the
sense.
whole point of my argument. You're assuming, for some weird reason, that we are different than everything that we observe as far as our function. So, do you
There's,
believe
guess
in
what, dude? You
There's
misunderstood
systems
it again. Guess what? There's things that aren't the same as other things.
No, absolutely. But when we look at hundreds of thousands of celestial bodies and they're all globes or spheres, and then you try to tell me that we're a flat Earth, it's very hard to
No,
believe.
you tried to tell me what I think, dude.
They're circles that you
Stop,
see phase
guys.
change.
Stop.
I can't hear
Stop,
either of
because
you.
this guy has to stop with "this is what you think." All right.
He's a mind reader, apparently.
Several times.
I don't know what you think. I'm just
You've done
telling
it
you
several times now, War. No,
again.
War. Yeah, you're telling me what I think.
So you're
Several
gonna
times you've
thoughtfully
done it
say-
now.
So you're gonna
Telling
thoughtfully-
these people here
I'm
what
not
they
allowed to
think.
certain things in your
They haven't
room,
told
and
you
you're
what they
telling
think.
me. You're gonna
Hey,
silence
when
me?
did I ever? Hey, dude, when did I ever say that my shtick is believe what you see?
I'm again. It's very hard to do this because every time I speak with a flat earther, I hear something different. You morph your arguments to make whatever I say wrong.
That's right. You're going to have to treat everyone as an individual. Exactly. Yes. Yes, indeed.
Okay. So
I would say
I'm not speaking to
that the main
individual.
shtick here, right, that you'll find is it's not about believing you can see, right? It's about verifying you believe, and turning that into knowledge.
Well, honestly, I haven't been able to land almost any point because I've been bombarded and cut off like almost every time. So, of course, you
Now
know.
you've had
Before, you said
plenty.
that
No, I've
things
sat here
about
and
like
listened to
Right
you
now,
have
like right
plenty
now,
of time to.
right now is a great example.
Yeah, you've had plenty of time, dude.
Okay.
And when
Have
you
all the
got,
time in
I'd
the
like
when
to,
you
world.
I'd
were
like to
allowed, when you were allowed to talk, you just strawmanned us, fighting an imaginary friend.
I wouldn't say you call it straw man, but you definitely made your presupposition that the sky is the moon.
If you remember,
Listen, homie slice. There's at least one flat earther that's retarded enough to claim every claim that you've claimed against at least one flat earther. So all you have to do is just parse your language out with if you think this, then this, and then you solve the problem of being accused of straw manning.
sure. Well, here's the deal. I mean, for everything I've said, just apply what this dude just said and take it with a grain of salt. And again, like I would like to just repeat by saying I don't know anybody's relative position because I'm not here debating one person. I'm here debating like 6, 7 people. Every time someone feels like they have something smart to chime in, they just open their mouths. So everyone has a different position. Like I said, you don't even agree amongst yourselves. You all believe in a
Okay,
different
I'd like
version
to
of flat
contend
Earth.
your position though. I want to
Look,
contend your position. You said that
so
all
can I
these lights in
debate
the
just
sky
you?
are spheres.
Can I debate you?
Sure.
I mean, it's an
You said
open
they're all
forum, man.
spheres,
You can't
right?
just demand the one v
These
one,
lights,
bro.
we only see them from one vantage point. We can't claim that they're spheres. Sure, it's likely to like it's. I would say it's reasonable to assume that they're spheres because of like the phase change, but it could be just some Pac-Man type screensaver thing where it just
Yeah,
goes
that's
from one
crazy,
side to
man.
the
You're
other,
telling me it's an
and
image now.
it's
You're telling me it's an image,
crazy.
right?
That's an argument from incredulity. It's possible.
It's
Yes, of
an
course it's an image.
infinitely,
It's something we
hold
see.
on, an infinitely scalable image is impossible. What I mean by that is when we
What do you
had
mean infinitely
weaker
scalable? Break
telescopes,
that down for me. Infinitely
when
scalable.
we had weaker telescopes, right? We saw the same fidelity as the extremely powerful telescopes that we have today that can look directly at the surface of Saturn, that can look directly at the surface of Jupiter.
What are you
And
talking about?
you see no pixels. You see no type of. It's
Are you
not.
saying that the crappy cameras that we had, crappy lenses, are just as effective at seeing Saturn as the really good lenses?
No, absolutely not. I'm saying when whatever display you look at, eventually when you can zoom in far enough, you can break down the elements
Holy
of that
shit.
display and determine that it's not a
Zoom
real
in
thing.
far enough. You mean zoom in close enough? What are you saying, man?
You hear what I'm saying, okay? If
You said zoom in far enough. That's a contradiction.
zoom in close enough, you know what I mean, dude. The fuck? This is how you're gonna
No,
win
I
this
didn't
argument?
actually, because you said equally scalable.
You
That didn't make
clearly
sense
did
either.
because
So
you
okay, so when you
called
zoom
it
in
out.
close enough, you see more
Okay,
resolution.
you zoom in close enough. I was thinking far enough because they're far away, but
Yeah.
if it's a display of any kind, if it's not a real object, eventually you can zoom in to the point where you can see each element. When you're looking at your phone or your computer display, you see it as a clear image, but if you looked at it with a microscope, you would see the fucking pixels. So
Right.
as
But we don't have technology that's that good. So you're making an argument from ignorance
we have
now. You can't claim it's
extremely good
true when it doesn't
technology.
exist.
Its fidelity would change if you look at an image of Saturn from the 1920s and an image of Saturn from 2024. They are exactly the fucking same. It's not a broken down. It's not a
Yeah, they're both
degraded image.
CGI.
They're not
They're
the
both
same.
CGI, bro. If you look at actual
How
like
are they
people using
CGI?
actual telescopes or actual cameras, you'll see that it's just like a shimmering light. It looks
I've
nothing
looked
like
at
the
Saturn through a
CGI.
telescope. I have the photos in my camera roll right now.
Yep.
I've looked at it with my own eyes. It's
All
not
right.
CGI. I've seen
Yeah,
the
cool
rings of
story.
Saturn.
Why don't you break it down with actual brass tacks facts? So, for example, all you would need to know is what is the maximum resolving power by using the Rayleigh criterion of the most powerful optic that humankind possess. And then you would just need to know at what range would a pixel be indistinguishable according to that resolution. And then you could decide whether or not it would be impossible to be a pixel-based system. But keep in mind, that would be assuming it's pixel-based.
I don't believe that it's pixel based.
Oh, wow. I can't
Well,
believe
why
that
do you
went over
assume
your
that it
head,
has to
dude.
be pixel based?
Okay. What technology with the first close-up images of Saturn that we've gotten? What technology did we have at that time that could generate a hologram in space for all of the celestial bodies that
Wait a
changes
minute.
phases, that changes
Wait a minute.
phases, and accurately displays orbits?
Okay, but we got a major assumption on the
So,
table here.
imagine I'm looking down on a body of water. Sorry, you want to go first, or I'll be quick.
Yeah, we got a major assumption that the technology in the sky is equivalent to or sourced from or in any way derivative from human technology. If it's an advanced technology, then
That's a
this
great
assumption's
point.
irrelevant.
I will say that's a great point. And because of the
Not to
nature of my
mention, like,
sorry, go ahead. What do you want?
because I was gonna say, okay, if you're looking, like, let's say you're looking down at a body of water, like looking down at like an ocean like that. You see, a shoreline. You see the waves going from one side to the other constantly, right? If you zoom in, you're not going to expect to find like some liquid color display pixel or something, right? But still, the image is repeating from one side to the other on this more or less planar surface.
Wait,
so it
a
could be like
body of
that sort
water
of
repeats?
the waves, the phases of waves or whatever would be repeating. Yeah,
They're actually
I'm
never
saying, like,
identical.
you could have this sort of mechanism.
Yeah, sure, but they're never identical. And you're talking about
What?
something completely
Well, I'm not
different.
saying it is, bro. It's an analogy. It's not the same exact thing.
It's
You know,
not
the reason why
analogous
analogies
because
are analogies
you're
is they're not
comparing
the
a
same
body
exact
of
thing.
water on a planet viewed from above it to a celestial body light years away.
Yes, I'm just arguing the principle that you could have a repeating phase, right? I'm not saying that it's the exact same thing because, again, this is an analogy, not an identical goddamn thing, right? That's what analogies are. They're not the same in every respect, or else they'd be the same exact thing.
Sure, but do
So
you
I'm saying that you
understand
have you
the
got this principle of a
prerequisites you have to
repeating
meet for
phase
something to be
on a
analogous?
flat thing that does not have pixels. And I appreciate you not over
You can't
talking
make an
me when I'm
analogy
still saying
comparing a rocket to an orange. It's not analogous.
Yeah, I just
You
did,
can
bro.
make an analogy
It's not a
comparing
rocket
an
and
orange.
orange. It's
Okay.
phase changes of water versus phase changes of light in the sky, and I'm showing that with looking down at this image of water, you're not going to find a pixel.
It
So I
just
don't
doesn't make
see
sense.
why
I
you
mean,
should assume that you'll see
if this
them
was
in
the
the sky.
other way around, based on how y'all argue, that would be debunked so quick. I'd have 6 people yelling at me already. Like, listen, that makes absolutely no
Bro,
sense.
where do you get the pixels from? Here's a question: Where do you get the pixels from?
I don't. I'm saying if it was
You get pixels
pixelated.
from the camera that you're looking at it, right? From the lens that you're looking at it with, right?
No, that's
from
not
the
right.
hardware that you're using.
That's not right.
Okay,
You
so
don't.
if
You
I
don't see.
all right, so
Hold
if I
on. You don't
hold
see
up, if I
pixels.
don't take any images and I'm just looking at something straight away with my naked eyes, I'm going to see a pixel.
Wait. You said something. When I look at my iPhone under a magnifying glass, I'm not seeing pixels because of the magnifying glass. I'm seeing pixels because of the display. That's a very
No,
important
you're seeing
distinction.
pixels. Hold up, even if you're not looking at the iPhone, if you look, off the screen of the iPhone, you're still gonna have pixels in the image because you took an image, you took a photo, a picture of it. But if you're seeing it in person, right, then on the bezel to the side of the screen, you're not gonna see pixels. The reason the screen itself is pixelated is because the liquid color display or whatever, the dots per inches.
A photograph and what
You
you
understand?
witnessed
In
through a
live and in
telescope
color, there are no
are-
pixels.
Hold on. A photograph and what you see through a telescope are 2 completely different concepts. Completely different. So what are you saying?
Correct.
Not really. Because when you're looking at it
Absolutely.
through the telescopes, you're still gonna have to reproduce the image at some point, unless you're looking at it yourself.
You're bending
Well,
light.
can we get to
Bending
reality?
light that exists
Yo,
to be
you
able to witness
guys,
it in a magnified way. This is not how
look,
photographs work.
you guys are both confused. So let's go to
Bro,
brass
any
tacks.
sort of image that you've taken and you send it to people, they're gonna be pixelated now because they've gone through basically they've been digitized.
Dude, this guy's wacko.
Yep, cool. So let's use practical examples with real scales. So the moon. The moon has a specified size. It has specified distance in the heliocentric worldview. Okay.
It
Now,
changes.
allegedly, okay, cool, whatever. Allegedly, they left objects on the moon, of which have particular sizes. Okay, now from the Earth, it would take, in order to be able to resolve the flag, on the moon, in other words, to be able to distinguish it from the surrounding color information, it would take an optic 75 meters wide. No such optic exists. So at that scale, if the pixel size of the moon was smaller than the flag, it would be impossible to tell that there were pixels. So if you scale that premise up to the size of things that are allegedly, orders of magnitude greater distance than the moon, it's entirely plausible that the entirety is made up of pixel density that is higher than the ability of any optics we possess to resolve, even with the most advanced optics we have today.
Well,
So it's not impossible.
According to the people that said that it was a giant display, they said that these bodies are much closer. They don't believe that it's a display light years away. They believe that the sky itself is a display with an infinitely scalable resolution. This is not what I
Why
believe.
would it?
This is Wacko talk.
Yeah,
by the
that's
way.
fine. That's fine, but keep in mind that the way I parsed it out, it's not required to be infinitely scalable, because the only counter evidence to that is that we haven't yet had a powerful enough optic to discern the pixels. So the only thing required is that the pixel density is greater than the lowest angular resolution we
So, do you
possess.
believe this? Do you personally believe that these heavenly bodies are displays?
That doesn't matter.
No. Well, I'd like to talk to you. I don't want to speak about an argument that another flat earther made to me months ago. I'd like to know what you believe. You want to know what I believe? I'd like to know what you believe. It does matter.
Well, it doesn't matter in the sense of that my argument about the pixel density
Okay. Well,
is
let's move on
in
from that argument.
principle
What do you
solid.
think
So
about
it
that?
is possible, at least in principle, that
Okay,
the
sure. I
entire
agree with you. I believe
cosmos
it's
is a
possible.
display.
I believe it's possible. Sure. A lot of things are possible. What
Yep.
do you believe we're looking at?
Transdimensional, omnispatial, sentient entities.
Can you demonstrate that in any kind of way, or is that just your religion?
What? Yeah, I can demonstrate it. There they are.
Well, can you prove it to me? Because I can say the same thing. I believe they're planets. There they are.
Well, I'll tell you what. The first one of us to go there and find out gets to tell the other.
Well, that's crazy.
No, that's actually a very good standard.
There's empirical evidence
Like I said
to
before,
what I
right?
claim, and there is a
Verify what you
religion.
believe and turn it into knowledge, right?
There's a religion behind what you believe, and empirical evidence behind what I believe.
Oh, what
The
religion
classic
is
science
behind what I
versus
believe?
religion.
No, it isn't.
I mean, is there any
Where's
empirical evidence?
the religion?
Sentient. Hold on. You claimed sentience. That's a big claim.
Yeah.
Can you prove it?
Oh yeah, easy.
Okay, prove to me that Jupiter is alive.
Well, Jupiter is named after a Greek god, and Greek gods are clearly alive.
It doesn't matter. Prove to me that the
Why
planet
not?
Jupiter is a sentient body.
Overlord, what's going on here, man?
I mean, you made a big claim, man. You said that what we're looking at in space are...
No, bro. Rewind yourself. You asked me what I
Don't get
believe,
mad, buddy.
right?
What did I ask?
Correct. You asked me what do I believe about the things in the cosmos, right?
This whole argument is about what we believe and who can
Okay,
prove it.
so
No. There's difference between belief and implementation.
no. I don't have to prove my beliefs that are beyond the scope of verifiability, dude. They're just simply beliefs at that point,
The whole
right?
point, the whole point is, if I have something that is verifiable and you have a simple belief, then you ought to abandon your belief.
Why?
Because if I believe in God and then I get proven beyond a reasonable doubt that there is something else, then I ought to stop believing in God.
Well, there's no such evidence of that.
It's just a bro. Listen, I'm telling you that we have evidence.
You have to provide compelling
just hear me.
evidence.
Hear me.
Yep, go ahead.
I'm telling you that, first of all, you made the claim that they're sentient. You have the burden of proof first. I'm happy to provide anything, but you're not going to make claims, and I make claims, and you're like, oh, well, you give me your evidence. You made the claim first, buddy. Okay?
No, yeah,
So
I made a claim that these are beliefs.
These are all beliefs. Some beliefs are backed up by evidence, others are not. What is your evidence?
Oh, yeah, astrology. There you go.
No. What is your evidence that you claimed sentience? That's a big claim.
Yeah, the influence of the entities in the sky upon humans that I see play out in real life based on the patterns of the seasons. This could only be accomplished if there was a causal influence upon another sentient entity, right?
Astrology is bullshit.
And well, I mean, okay, that's your
like
claim.
it's a well-known it's a holistic belief. It's like a spiritual thing.
Oh, what up? What are you guys up to?
Well, this guy's telling me that the planets are alive, and I just want some proof.
Oh, no, I didn't say alive. I didn't say alive. I said sentient.
So what is sentient?
Damn, that's actually huge.
Possess a mind, a will.
Can you prove to me that Jupiter possesses a mind and a will outside of astrology? Because that's not a valid evidence to a huge claim like that.
Yep. I got. Let me go for it. So we got. Let's see here. Let me look up in the annals of history. Yep, we got Enoch.
Yeah.
Who validates that the stars disobeyed their courses and thus became the wandering stars. Known as the
Enoch.
planet. Yep.
You're citing the Bible?
No, Enoch's not in the Bible, dude.
What are you
Enoch's
citing?
just a dude.
Enoch?
Yeah, you know.
Enoch is non-canonical. Enoch is non-canonical.
Canonical?
That doesn't matter, dude.
Not the Bible.
Canonical or canonical?
Non-canonical. Sorry, my bad.
Do you be fair? Please be fair. Do you see the absurdity in what you're saying at all? Do you see how if this was coming from the other side, you would quickly shut it down?
All right, can I jump in here?
You sound drunk.
No, dude. Let's be clear. You asked me about my beliefs, right?
This is all based on beliefs and who can prove them better.
If you would like me to be clear, yes, I am drunk.
Yeah, we noticed. So just stop interrupting. So now that I've gone first and set. Hey, dude, drunk boy, just shut your mouth. Thanks.
No.
Well, we can't move. Well, we can't. You know,
right,
we can't.
Just mute drunk kid. Just mute the drunk kid. Thanks.
No,
Appreciate
I got
it.
you. AI. We can't just move on like that, brother. We just can't.
No, we're gonna move on. I went first, and I presented a paltry case. So you go now and set the standards. Go ahead.
Well, brother, you told me, astrology and Enoch. You haven't given me any kind of evidence that I can, that can be presented to me to sway my opinion whatsoever. You've given me bullshit.
Irrelevant. I don't care.
Well, that's like me being like, they're all planets because NASA thinks so. Take that, buddy.
What a concession! It's just like that, AI.
Well, to be fair,
I did actually.
I never said they weren't planets, did I?
You said that they were sentient. I want proof. You haven't provided proof, so we can't move on. Do you understand that?
No, dude. Listen. I don't have to provide evidence that's satisfactory to you.
No.
To back my belief.
Just redact your statement and we can move on. Then I can provide evidence.
No, dude. I'm going to make this very clear to you. And if you don't understand this point, there's no point in talking to you any further. If I tell you what my beliefs are and what the reasons I hold them are, you can choose to accept those reasons or not, but you can't tell me to redact my own reasons. That's asshole shit, bro.
No, here's the deal, right? So if I'm talking to a
here's the deal. Go fuck yourself.
Oh, there we go.
Okay?
The classic.
No, dude.
The classic. Let me click.
You're either gonna hey, asshole. Accept my beliefs or don't. It's your turn to tell me about yours. Go ahead.
Okay, so clearly this guy has no evidence. It's just his beliefs. My evidence is based on a lot of different things. So I start with the curvature of the Earth itself. This is where we need to start for me to believe that, these planets and us are congruent. We have heap loads of studies that show that there is truly curvature on the planet Earth. If you want to see it with your own eyes, I like to cite Lake Pontchartrain. I think I'm not sure how to. Hold on, let me get the name for that.
It's
Like
Pontchartrain, Lake Pontchartrain.
Okay, so you can actually see the visible curvature of that bridge over that piece of land because of how long that lake is. There's many images that you can look at yourself, since you guys love images and Nikon P300Ds or whatever. Look at that lake for me, please. There's
Also-
visible curvature. Furthermore,
Also on YouTube's a
Wait,
guy named.
my turn. It's my turn. Come on, let's be respectful, man. Come on.
I was helping you out. I apologize.
Look, you guys like to cite 1 or 2 studies that show a lack of curvature on the planet. There are, I shit you not, hundreds of studies that show a curvature on the land, using many different forms of, laser imaging and things of that nature. We can visibly see curvature. So, do you want me to link studies, or is that sufficient enough to my belief system that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, give us one study if you could.
Yeah, I got you. I don't want to cite NASA, so I have to source through these links because I know you guys hate NASA.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time.
Matrix, he didn't buy that Enoch said the stars disobeyed.
Oh, that's T-Dub. Yeah, I don't think he believed that either. No. I believe it. Looking through a P1000, it's like, are they 10 million light years away? No.
Okay, so 1 study's in chat. Let me get 3 studies total so we can. And I wish this guy had any kind of studies for the sentience of Jupiter. That would be cool. It's amazing to me how you guys are so happy to criticize other people's ideas, but when one from your own community says something so outlandish, like the heavenly bodies are alive, you just believe it. No one wants to
really? You sure about that?
It's not a belief.
You sure about that? Hey, guess who I was actually referencing?
I have no idea, bud.
Evolutionary.
Are you guys looking at the links?
An evolutionary biologist. That's what I was referencing.
Yeah,
not
there's
actually
many
Enoch.
there's many idiots that have degrees. There's some good fucking studies. Non-NASA related.
All right, let's see this first one here. Visually discerning the curve of the Earth. Blah 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 blah. Shibbity boobity boo. What the heck?
Don't worry, there's no spyware in any of these links. I'm not mining your data.
Dude, this isn't a study. All right, hold on. Maybe it is, and I'm missing something here. Give me a chance.
Veritas website tags this as potential phishing sites, but
Dude, I'm not.
it's all good.
I'm not hacking you, buddy. I promise. Don't be scared.
Pinky swear?
I promise, man. As much as I hate flat earthers, I don't wish you any harm.
Why do you hate them, though?
It's counterintuitive to the progress of our civilization.
Why? Is that a critical thinker within the society?
Listen,
to go against the meta and actually forces people to look at things more deeply?
Let me tell you something.
Without critical thinking, there wouldn't be progress within our society, my friend.
Let me just tell you something, Q. I'm not your average globe earther. I'm actually huge into conspiracy theories. I do not believe a lot of mainstream ideals. and I do believe that the moon landing was fake. But I believe,
Oh,
you
fuck.
know, a lot like you. Oh my god, dude. I believe a lot like you in what I see. And what I've seen, based on the evidence, is a globe Earth, not a flat Earth. For the flat Earth to make sense to me, I need a working model, something that my brain can understand. There is no way that amongst you, with all of your disagreeing models and all of your, infighting, there's so much infighting within the flat Earth community, that you can present something to me that's palatable enough for me to abandon something that makes a lot more sense. I'm a sensible person, bro. Trust me. That's why I don't believe in the moon landing.
Well, sensible is something we can discuss because I've been listening to you for the last hour and you made a lot of assumptions about flat earthers without giving them the time or chance to explain their position. You're already making preemptive strikes in a defensive stance before the words are
It's hard
even
to
uttered.
talk to 6 people. I don't even know
You've
what
been corrected
conversation
on
we're having
that at
anymore.
least 3 times now, so.
Well, did you just hear what I said? It's hard to understand who I'm talking to anymore when there's several different positions on the table from different.
If
from
you make
different
if you make a misposition and you categorize everybody under the same loop, then of course people are gonna speak up and correct you along the way. So you can't act the victim after doing that. That's
I'm not
on
a
you.
victim, buddy. Look, I'm not acting like a
No,
victim.
but you're acting as if people are over talking you
I'm
left
not
and
interested
right.
in
Well,
that.
don't make false
As much as you
assumptions
are,
based
I'm
on
not
you
interested in that.
supposedly mind reading them.
I'm not interested in sitting here and narrating the way this conversation's going. We either keep having it or I can move on. You don't even need to kick me. Like, if y'all don't want to do this, I'll leave.
Oh, just be sincere in your conversing.
No, I seriously am.
You seriously are not, and you've proven that.
Okay, that's what you believe, bud. You're entitled to that. Good shit.
I mean, actions speak louder than words, I guess.
All right. Let's get to the brass tacks instead of this he said, she said nonsense. All right. Which one of these studies that you posted demonstrates direct measurements of surface curvature? So I can just skip to that one.
Give me a second.
I'm asking because the ones that I looked at just seem to be about imagery and optics, not about anything to do with the actual direct measurements of the object.
Why is the moon upside down in Australia?
Huh?
Why is the moon upside down in Australia?
Okay, so question was, which one of these is direct measurements of surface curvature? Sure. Answer received, why is the moon upside down in Australia?
How many times, let me ask you
Logic
this.
fail.
How many times have I asked you a question for you to respond with another question or something absurd?
Okay,
Why are you not holding
let's be
yourself to the
clear.
same standards as me?
Let's be clear.
Your
Everything
only
that I
opposition. Your
responded
one
with,
opposition.
everything that I responded with that would have been absurd was still within the logical category of the question.
Like Jupiter being sentient?
Okay,
When I
let's
asked
see.
you why.
Okay, check this out. Yep, dude. We're gonna get into a battle here. Okay, let
You
me
don't need
explain.
to, bro.
No, we're going to if you don't relent on this point and let me explain, and you'll see why. Okay, you ask me, what do you think the stars are? I answer, transdimensional sentient entities. So, what are the stars? I say, this is what they are. Now, I ask you, which one of these studies has direct measurements of surface curvature? Your reply, why is the moon upside down? That is light years apart, homie.
No, I agree. No, I definitely agree. I'm still working on this. You're gonna get what you want, but in the meantime,
Remember what I said about sincerity, War?
listen. Like I just said, you're gonna get an answer that is sufficient to your question. However, in the meantime, that was an interesting question that came to my mind. Next time, I'll shut up.
Yeah, but I'll help you. The correct question might have been, why does the moon appear to be upside down to Australians? Because a lot of the way we view things is relative to our location, relative to it, and the angles of propagation of the light that were received by the optic, right? It's not like it physically changes its structured orientation for every observer or anything, to become upside down or left side right,
Unless the Earth's a
necessarily,
globe,
right?
you're observing it from a different vantage point.
Well, dude, you could observe things from different vantage points on an infinitude of shapes.
Sure, but it wouldn't be that drastic compared to a globe,
Why?
where you literally
Why
have
not? Why
everything
not?
upside down.
Why wouldn't it be that
I mean,
drastic?
we literally see a completely different sky in the southern hemisphere than we do in the northern
Right.
hemisphere. Can you explain that?
Okay.
Right, is this guy from like 5-6 years ago, bro? Like 10 years ago? Like, where is this guy, bro?
Hey,
It's
Apocrypha.
all good.
About
It's all
no.
good.
Well,
This is answer everything in with real answers or don't answer at all. Your answers could be absurd, but they have to be appropriate. So if he says, "Why can't I see something in the sky over there?" You're allowed to say, "Magical fairies carry the light over," but you're
true,
not allowed
true.
to say, "Is this from 2015?"
All right, yeah. Fireplaces. That's why they see it. Go ahead.
No, the correct answer is because the light that is entering their optic is displaying a different imagery. Right, that's the correct answer.
There you
Now
go.
you can argue
That's actually
why that is the case. That's a different story.
very true. That's actually a perfect answer. What they are seeing is what they are seeing. That's why.
Look, I'll make this so much easier for y'all. Look, I concede. I'm a flat earther now. I no longer believe the Earth's a globe.
We don't want
You
you.
win.
Hold on, guys. Let him go. Let him go with this line of reasoning.
No, I'm serious.
Okay, so if that's the case, then why do you now accept the Earth being flat? For what reason?
I guess I've just
Is it
been brainwashed.
because okay, so that's not a very good reason. And I hope you didn't pick the Earth is flat because the stars are aliens from Nabooty. And I hope you didn't pick the Earth is flat because of transdimensional relocation of optical paths. I would hope you'd pick the Earth is flat because it's not curving, because it's demonstrably measured to be flat. That would be a good reason.
Well, now that I believe the Earth's flat, can I ask you about one thing that perplexes me?
Boom.
Sure.
Okay. What is this thing called? The Foucault pendulum. Are you familiar with that?
Nope.
Okay. Beautiful. Give me a second so I can articulate this properly. The Foucault pendulum is a simple device named after French physicist Leon Foucault. Right. Leon Foucault conceived it as an experiment to demonstrate the Earth's rotation. A long and heavy pendulum suspended from a high roof above a circular area was monitored over an extended period of time, showing that its plane of oscillation rotated. What do you think about this thing? You should look it up. It's very interesting. It's a very old experiment, 1851.
It's Foucault, not
So,
Foucault. You can say the
I'm not French,
so if
buddy.
it's an experiment, what was the hypothesis?
The hypothesis was that the Earth is rotating.
Okay, so what's the independent and dependent variable relationship in the hypothesis?
I don't even know how to answer that question. I'm not a scientist. I'm a layman. I'm a salesman.
Hey, at least you're being sincere this time.
Well, I
No.
mean, then that would mean that they could just tell you whatever they want about it, and you would have no way to parse it out whether it's true or not, right?
Look, they pull the pendulum back, and instead of it swinging back and forth the whole time, at a uniform increment, about 1 inch per hour, it rotates. Its axis rotates. So to me, there must be some kind of thing going on a much larger scale to describe that. What do you think?
Oh, transdimensional ether flux Fresnel drag. There you go. Problem solved.
Holy
There
shit.
goes my second cup of coffee. God damn it.
I'm serious. Think about it.
So this is
Think about
I
it, dude.
abandoned my
Just hold
lifelong
on a second.
ideology, gentlemen. I abandoned
Oh,
everything I
shit.
believed
Hold on.
forever, and this is what I get? Seriously?
Hold on a second.
He's making a point.
If there was transdimensional Fresnel ether drag that was vortexual in nature around a central node, of which the moon and the sun transversing the energy system caused inverse vortices to go outwards from the center, right? You would have this splayed out variance, which would actually have a torsion force on the radials, because as you transverse radials, each radial has a different concentric ring size, which according to the conservation of momentum would cause a torsion force, right? If that all occurred, then you would expect objects within that force to be relocated. Therefore, that force exists. I rest my case.
Really quick, you believe in Newton's laws? You believe in Newton's laws of physics? You're going to reject the globe Earth, but then use contemporary science?
Newton isn't a contemporary, homie.
In the grand scheme, he certainly is.
Oh, wait a minute. So why would you assume that Newton's laws can't exist any other way?
I'm not. I just want to make sure. Are you subscribing?
Let me tell you why. Because you link those two together as if it was the baby in the bathwater have to be thrown out simultaneously.
No, well, I'm just asking you, do you believe in Newton's laws? Simple.
Well, I mean, most of them are practical, but some of them are improvable.
So is there variation in this Earth flux, whatever, radiation? Or is it constant?
No, it's dynamically variable, but semi-constant. So it has a general pattern with variance.
So how come there's no
So
variation?
for example, hold on a second. For example, when there is a particular eclipse, it causes certain vortices to go backwards.
Okay.
And that when that vortices go backwards, it affects certain matter that's caught in it in the transverse direction, and therefore they instead of rotating how they're assumed, they rotate backwards.
Well,
I think they called that the Elias effect, if I'm not mistaken.
As in they liars?
No, as in the Elias effect, which is that during a particular eclipse, the Foucault's pendulum allegedly rotated backwards. So if it was the rotation of the Earth causing it, then it wouldn't be able to do this.
Well, in this new society I'm in, I mean, if I don't see it, I can't believe it, man. Sorry.
Well, the claim of so, for example, like the standard claim of the Foucault's pendulum is that it's experiencing precession, which requires, by the definition of precession, a secondary axis. So you'd have to prove the secondary axis first to be able to claim that it's precession. Otherwise, you just have motion that you're assuming is precession.
Okay, brother.
So,
Fair enough.
so like you said, if I can't see it, then I can't believe in it. So where's the secondary axis for me to see?
Is there Oh, dude, I found the most. This is what I was looking for. Can you click on that link that I just put in the side chat?
Is it the one with the direct? Is it the one with direct curvature surface measurement?
Yes. Finally, I found it. And this was done over the Rainy Lake. And it has, I mean, it's got everything you need, man. Graphs, pictures, different times they ran the experiment.
10 kilometers, huh?
And look, please, please, please be good faith and give it a fair shot. As if you don't know whether the Earth is round or flat and you're an alien to this stuff.
Okay, so it says use a theodolite or auto level. Okay, so it says 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers is beyond the range of a theodolite, so that's strike one.
And wait. They're measuring it in increments. Look, these guys aren't stupid, man. Well, they could be. I don't know.
that.
But what if we just measure a 25-mile long chunk of Earth and use water as the benchmark for level?
The Earth actually has amazing topography, and
yeah, but that's why you just use water, dude. Why use land? You could just use water and solve that problem.
This actually is over land, brother. Over a freshwater.
That's what I'm
lake.
saying. Okay, so you're confusing now because you said it's over land and then you said it's over a lake.
I started this whole thing by saying this is the Rainy Lake, by the way.
Okay, so then it's over water, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Where you cannot.
Okay, so how do you take a 10-kilometer section over water?
Well,
if not in one shot.
There's no way that you read the study, man. I mean, just look through this thing real quick. Give it a fair shot.
Dude, you gotta sate my appetite to be interested by giving me something compelling from it.
You want me to tell you how you can measure more than 10 kilometers with a laser?
No, I want you to tell me the premise of this in a way that makes me interested enough to read it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Dude, you know what? I'll just read it for you. The Rainy Lake experiment was designed to show how we can figure out the shape of the Earth, flat or globe, by observing and measuring a clever arrangement of targets over a distance of 10 kilometers, taking terrestrial refraction into account and using modern equipment. The experiment is an advanced version of the Bedford Level experiment executed in 1838. The experiment leads to the conclusion that the Earth must be a globe with a radius of 6,371 kilometers. There's actually an animation too. This is fucking cool.
Oh, that's cool. So what you read me was just an assertion.
I'm just, I read the basic premise of the study.
I mean, not really.
Using a theodolite or auto level to accurately
going on, fellas?
establish the horizontal reference plane.
What's going on, boys and girls?
What's up, brother man?
Yo, what's up?
Dude, this is such an in-depth study, man. You really ought to give it a look. All you flat earthers ought to as well. Just in case.
The Earth is fucking round. There's a bunch of retards that don't fucking understand it.
They're gonna mute you, buddy. There's no point of trying it that way.
Yeah, you're a bit slow too. You want to catch up? You keep reading that document.
Man. Dude,
this guy thinks
you read it, right?
An egg yolk. Holy shit.
If you read it, then why can't you just synopsize it?
I'm not a fucking scientist, dude. I don't even know what this shit says.
Okay, then listen, dude. If you're putting this forward as your evidence and you don't know what it says, then I'm very uncompelled to read it.
That's fine. I thought you were a scientist that can like look through this and be like, all right, dude, this is good or this is bad. Here's why.
Oh, so you want me to vet it for you?
Yeah, dude, you sound smart.
Wow.
I told you I'm a salesman, not a scientist.
This is a simp-free zone war, so please don't do that.
I'm not simping. I'm just saying an intelligent man can help me.
Yep. So, for example, let me give you the pitch, the elevator pitch, and the contrapositive. Okay, so if the Earth is a globe, then the Earth is covered 70% water, right? The water must be adhering to the curvature of the Earth, right? The equipotential surface, right?
Unless acted on by an unbalanced force like the moon. But anyways.
Yeah, sure, tides, sure, but that's all neither here nor there at this point.
Surface tension, tides, many other things.
surface
Underground
tension
bodies.
Surface tension is irrelevant.
What? Why?
Dude, you think surface tension is going to drastically affect an ocean's surface?
Maybe not drastically, but salinity is another one. There's a lot of different things. Viscosity.
Okay, so yeah, cool. So does salinity make water like just form into vertical mountains?
Well, when did I ever say that? That's a crazy take.
Okay, so it's irrelevant. So I'm setting out the baseline that the surface of water, right, is wrapped around a giant ball or not, right?
Hold on, I gotta go take a shit. I'll be right back. Sorry.
Ay. Perfect timing, dude. Right. So you have the potential surface of a ball of 3,959 miles radius, which means the surface must be curving at a particular rate in order to form back around on itself as a ball. The surface of water must be curving because the benchmark standard for level is the surface of water, and it must be curving at a commensurate rate with the ball. Therefore, you get a sufficient sample size of the water to see if it's curving or not, and that would accurately represent the entirety of the surface of water, since the level of the water must be maintained throughout the entire surface. So you pick a sufficient sample size, 25 miles. You pick a sufficient methodology, laser transit method. You set up your laser emitter on one side of the water, 25 miles away. You set up your receiver storyboard. So both sides, you have 2 meters. At that range, the maximum variance, if the Earth is a globe, the laser will proceed over the top of the target by 90 meters. However, when it's done, the laser hits the target, meaning the maximum variation is 2 meters. When standard refraction is applied, that moves the laser down 5 meters. So you have a differential off of the expectation of 85 meters, which is more than sufficient to negate the claim that there is a giant hump of Earth curve in between point A and point B. The people who did the test also put meteorological stations on both ends to make sure that there was no extreme conditions. They shot the test twice, 2 weeks apart, to make sure that it wasn't in variable dramatic weather conditions, so it had some repeatability. They also panned the laser horizontally through a short range and mid range target to mitigate any effects of ambient temperature or anything like that, to conclude that the laser hit the target, debunking the WGS 84 model and its claims of what the Earth curve is. Now, I did that from memory. So when he comes back from taking a poop, he can listen to that on record. Oh man, I got to try to get some shut eye before the sun comes out and ruins my circadian rhythm.
Did he give up?
I went to take a dookie.
Oh, but he like even dropped from the call and everything, huh?
He said he'd be back. I don't know, but I'd love to have a conversation. There's a whole lot of people chatting at me in chat in the text.
I'm under the firm belief that he didn't take Dookie. He was ducking, and then when he got explained how he was gonna get destroyed, he folded
Like a lawn chair.
like a lawn chair.
Donald, I don't know if you saw my response to Daza, but it goes to you too.
Well, no, I used a vertical, not a horizontal. So, like, I responded in chat. You're
Again,
wrong.
and again, your vertical that you established should be off the 90 that you created when you made a
No.
vertical, off the horizontal. Yes.
It's based.
Did you level it? Did you level it?
I used a plumb bob.
Okay. So you understand though that that's going to create a right angle, right? That's how you get the degree, right?
It's an obtuse angle, actually.
Oh my god, bro.
So I'm measuring the hypotenuse, not the right angle. The right angle is assumed to be 90 anyway. So
God, bro.
you're wrong. I didn't. Do you know what a quadrant is?
Yes, yes.
What is it? What is a quadrant?
We know what a quadrant is, okay? And
What
you
is a
think
quadrant?
here's the funny part. You think that you can have straight lines that are curved and you call them geometric triangles or whatever the hell you call them earlier in the chat.
Non-Euclidean. Non-Euclidean.
And then somebody reminded you what a triangle was.
And then I countered with the actual definition of a non-Euclidean triangle.
So then once again you're arguing from Narnia, right?
No, non-Euclidean
Something made up.
triangles are a thing.
Hold on. You made no. Listen, I know they are a thing in the pseudoscience world of globe Earth. I get that.
No, it's a geometry thing.
Now, the geometry thing that you keep making mention of, okay, has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth, because the surface of the Earth is planar.
Whether or not it's planar,
understandably, there's topography, but all of our measurements from the Earth is at 0. And when you create your little vertical, no matter
show me
how
a measurement of zero curvature.
No matter how you spin it.
Show me.
When you make that vertical, you're gonna base it off that 0 to get your degree, your angle to it. Yes, well, you do actually.
So show me a measurement of zero curvature.
What do you mean? I said
he
0.
Said there were measurements of zero curvature. I would love to see them.
I said 0 meaning sea level. That's what I meant. Everything's built to sea level.
You're saying that water has like a place on Earth? Okay.
Yeah, it's 0, right?
Well, its altitude from sea level is 0.
So so if I'm in the Pacific Ocean, is it 0?
Well, I mean, the water is at 0
if
sea
I'm
level.
in the Indian Ocean, is it 0?
Sea level?
Yeah. Is it 0? Yes, it is, right?
It is sea level.
We could all argue that all bodies of water in this world they've taken a medium, said, okay, we're going to go from sea level. And then they put a little benchmark on the land and say, this is 40 feet above sea level. And we're going to build a city based on this. And then they're going to take horizontals and transfer them in all directions, all across the land. Why?
Do you
because
remember my question?
From 0. Yeah.
Do you remember my question that you never answered?
Yeah, I said it's 0.
So no. My question is, can you please show me the measurement of zero curvature?
How would I show you the measurement of zero curvature? What do you mean?
Well, you just take a measurement, and it comes out with zero curvature, and then you show me how to do it.
Okay. So.
Apocryphon, one. Just
Yeah.
show him the black swan. There's no curvature
Yeah.
in that bastard.
Yep. For quite some distance there. So I'm gonna post a photo here for you. I'm gonna post a photo
That's been
for you here.
debunked thousands of times.
I'm gonna. I know that probably helps you sleep better at night, but it doesn't work though.
Well, I mean, what's that crane doing all curvy off to the left?
Well, again,
Our
There's no
crane's
relevance
curvy.
to the argument. Donald,
Again,
if
Our
you knew what the
crane's
black swan
often
was about,
curvy.
yeah,
Our
Donald, shut
why
up.
are you looking at the
Donald,
crane?
You're
Well,
hung up on the
because-
crane. There's nothing to do with the crane in that argument. If you knew
Well,
what
I
it was
mean,
about,
that's a-
no, shut up. If you knew what the argument was about, your actual comment would be, "Oh fuck, I've got to do some homework."
The argument is that the horizon is behind the oil derrick.
Okay, let's take a really easy walk through this, okay? And you just got to be honest with yourself, all right? You want to see curvature, okay? So posted this little cool meme. I forgot who originally created this. Perfect though for this type of discussion. I'm on the shore here, right? Represented by A, and let's say B is the horizon. Now, let's say B is, 3 miles out, okay? And then you're going to say that's where the boats start to disappear behind it because it's a curved water. Okay, great. Now, person on standing on D is now going to watch the boat go 3 miles away from them. Also, same effect will happen. It's going to look like it's going to disappear behind a curve from D's position, same as A to B. Now, the person standing at A is going to watch that boat from D travel all the way to C, perfectly just level, flat, horizontal, straight across. No dipping, no curving. You understand that?
Okay, how much distance do you think there is between C and D?
Okay, let's say it's 6 miles, 7 miles,
Okay.
8 miles.
You know how
Does
much
it matter?
curvature-
Does
Yeah,
it matter?
It does.
Okay,
it
okay,
does.
okay.
I'll tell you why if you
I'm
let
glad
me.
you
I'll
said
tell
that.
you why if you let me.
I'm
Can
glad you
I
said that.
can I finish?
No. Oh yeah, go ahead, and then I'm gonna go ahead. Yeah,
sure.
go ahead.
Because there's only 1 degree of curvature per 70 miles. So
Okay,
you're talking about 1/10 of 1 degree.
Okay, so the boat disappears at 3 miles, right? And you're saying, no, hold on, from A to B, when that boat goes behind that horizon, you guys say is there and blocking it, and now it's
Not
when you're
3
looking at
miles.
it. When you're looking at it halfway, well, you're right. Sometimes it's 2 miles, sometimes it's 7 miles, sometimes it's 10 miles. You're right. It does
Well, dude,
fluctuate. So
The
point,
reason
though,
the reason it's not 10 the reason it's not 3 miles is because you don't have an observer height. We need to know the observer height.
okay. This is just for a reference. For I'm trying to get those
So
your brain
what's the observer
to
height?
understand. Okay, you're not getting it. You want to
I am.
jump.
You're not getting it.
No, you're not. You want to jump to observer height and distances. Just use
Because
your
it's
brain.
important.
No, use your. It's really simple, bro. If you're thinking that something's disappearing behind B from A to B, optically, visually, you can see that clearly D to C is at least twice as far. Would you agree to that? Yes or no? In distance.
I can't know because I don't know the observer height.
Holy fuck, dude. Yeah, look, I don't want to waste my
cannot
time.
know A to B.
Donald,
Listen,
Donald,
I can't listen.
Donald,
Listen, I
could
can't
explain
listen.
this to my nephew who's fucking 9 and he understands this
cannot.
photo. Why can't you understand it? Because you're brainwashed with the globe and you're not getting
I finish? May I? I cannot know the
Thanks a lot.
distance from A to B without knowing the observer height.
Right. Got you. No worries. Okay. You can see that is twice as long though, right? With your own eyes, right? Don't worry about the
You can't know
see
the distance without knowing the observer height.
You can't see that the line from D to C isn't twice as long as the line from A to B? Are you a
Do you know
child
what
that just fucking doesn't
perspective
know
is?
how to read or write or?
You know what? Do you know what perspective is?
Okay, so this line right here represented from D to C, and then A to B. So you're saying that A to B can be the same distance as D to C. That's what you're
It
saying,
can
right?
be more. It
Okay,
can be
it can be
more.
okay. I'm glad you can say that. Okay, so now if you have this great distance, okay, and it's going to go, the boat's going to go behind that horizon, all right? That no matter the distance at this point, because you're clearly just you don't want to face the facts right now. The point is that you're saying it's going behind a curve. You're saying it's going behind a curve. So
yes.
So from D to C, you can see that it's not curving away because it's flat across. You can see the horizon.
But I already addressed that, and you're just ignoring what I said. You're just ignoring everything I say and saying no, and I don't like that.
You're fixated on the fact that logically this destroys your position because
No,
hold on, just hold on.
it doesn't.
Hold on, because when you look at something from the side view, as we're looking at this horizon, right, from A to B, that would be that front perspective, right? Then you have, if you're going from D to C, that's going to be that perspective, right? That's going to be the equivalent to the A and B perspective. So if you're looking
No,
at
it's
it from a
not.
side view,
It doesn't
no,
have to be.
but it is though. Well, see, this is what you're not grasping,
You
bro.
don't know that because you haven't told me
When
the
you
observer
look,
height.
when you look at a boat, okay, have you ever been to a beach?
Dude, just continue. Yes.
Hey, you might live in the middle
Assume
of
yes.
fucking
Assume yes.
Timbuktu.
Assume
Okay.
yes.
Okay. When you go to the beach, right? And if you see a ship go across, right, from as far as you can see to the right, all the way as far as you can see to the left, it just goes straight across, right? Across the water, because the horizon is what? Horizon's flat, right? Doesn't curve. It's flat. The
No, it's
horizon.
not.
Okay,
I've
does the
measured
horizon
the horizon to be
is the
curved.
horizon flat?
No, I've measured the horizon to be curved.
You measured the horizon. Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's not hard. It's always there.
Okay. How'd you measure the horizon?
Wait, you found a
I've
tangent
done
point
it.
on it? You
Yeah,
found a
right. Hold on.
tangent point on it.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Hold on.
I've done it.
How'd you
I've done
measure
it
it?
in many. I've done it in many ways.
No. We just need one way. How did you measure
Okay.
that horizon?
I used
gonna
a
be good.
level. I used a level.
All right. So let me get this
Did you find a tangent point?
So
well,
let me
a tangent point is not what you think it is.
let me get
There's an infinite number of tangent points on a surface.
You find one? Did you find one? Horizon.
Yeah, I found many. There's infinite number of them.
infinite horizon.
Left to right. Left to right, right? Left to right.
On a surface of an object, there are infinite tangent points.
Okay. Is there a horizon in the ocean that you were looking at? Yes or no?
Every ocean has a horizon. Yes.
Okay.
My ocean had a horizon.
Okay. By definition, what is a horizon?
Well, a horizon is the point on Earth where it appears where the sun meets the sky.
Okay. What is the root word of it?
Doesn't matter. That's not how we define things.
No, it does though.
It doesn't matter to me. I mean, I know what it. I don't care what it is. You think it's
Hold on.
something. I think it's bounding circle. It means bounding circle.
Wait, hold on. What's the root word of horizon?
Poor.
Oh, poor. What?
Not whore. Whore. HOR. Whore. I don't know. Horizon. It's whore. I guess. I don't know. I don't care. What's
Did you identify?
what's
Dude,
the core word?
Donald,
What's the root word
Donald,
for horizon?
did you identify a tangent point on the horizon?
This is
Yes, An infinite number of them. Jesus, I've answered that question.
Did you
like 3 times.
identify one and utilize it?
Jesus.
As
Right.
in, did you?
Yes, an infinite number of them.
You identified an infinite number of them. Did you just identify one single one from which you could use
Yes.
gauge
Yeah.
to see that there's deviation from the horizontal in the horizon?
Dude, there are many different ways of doing it. I didn't actually use that like tangents, but yeah, I used a horizontal.
See, that's how
base.
you'd measure it. That's how you would measure
Holy
it, though.
crap. No, there's
You
lots
see the
of different ways
deviation from a single point in the vertical.
There's not just a single way of measuring it.
No, that's how you would measure it. That is exactly how
There's
you would measure
lots
it.
of ways of measuring it. I've measured it in many different ways.
No, that's the only way you would actually measure it.
Lots of different ways of measuring it.
Yeah.
Come on, tell me how. Tell me how. What's another alternative?
Well, I mean, I've been trying to. So I used a level. I set it up on the beach, and I made it even. I made it level with the horizon, and then I stepped really far back and got a camera and took a picture of it, and then I went home and I counted the pixels.
Okay, so when you saw a horizon on in the over the beach, right? And you took a camera. Okay, the horizon would represent a circle, right?
Well, it's part of it. It's
a circle, right?
Okay, can we agree on one thing? If you ask me a question, allow me to answer. It's a part of
Well,
the
you
circle.
said it's part of it. Okay, so but the point here though is that if the horizon is where horizontal horizon they go together, and we understand that horizontal means flat. Horizontal is when you draw when you use the horizon as a reference point. When you use the horizon as a reference point, you're actually creating a planar surface for you because you're
That's not what I
using
was
that.
doing.
Hold on, just hear me out.
But you're wrong.
No, I'm not though. You just got to hear me out because maybe you don't know this, so I'm going to teach you this. Okay, when you establish a horizon, right? When you establish,
teach me, Daddy.
When you have the Earth or the surface meeting the sky, and we're gonna call that the horizon, or what they know as, it's known as like the marking or the separator, right? It's what's gonna define where things are coming to seem like they're gonna meet, but we know that that's not true. But it's an optical thing, but it's still gonna create a circle around you in all directions. Like if you're in the ocean, you'll see the horizon 360 around you, all the way around. But it's equivalent to like standing, like taking a basketball, right? Or let's say no, we need something like solid because basketballs are hollow. We need to just, let's say like an orange, okay? You cut the orange in half, and then you've created a circle around you from the center of that orange. You've created a plane, okay? A flat surface. That's why you use the horizon. That's why you level, because when you level, you're going to put yourself vertical. So that way, when you take an angle measurement, it's going to be based off the 90 you've created by using the horizon and the level.
So the problem with what you're saying is that it's the horizon that I'm measuring. The level is the reference point, so you got it backward.
No, the level.
So everything you said was invalid.
No,
everything you said was invalid.
When you said, you could look at it's invalid to the guy who thinks that you're getting triangles that are curved. So you got to slow down, buddy. Just slow up real quick, because here's the point.
You want me to show you?
Trust me, we've seen it. We've seen the nonsense. That's why we're here talking about it, because we're trying to coach people into the truth, away from the lies. If you set up a level, you're creating a horizontal for your position to be parallel to the baseline of where you're going to take your angle from. So
it's
when
not
you set up
parallel.
oh my God. Is
I'd
level
still like
par-
to see these photos.
is
I'd like to see
parallel?
these photos still.
Yeah,
Can you
right.
show them?
Is parallel level to sea level? Yes or no? I'm
Well,
sorry.
that's not what I was
I'm
doing.
sorry.
Is
I
what I
said
was
that
saying.
backwards. Is a leveled position going to be parallel to sea level? Yes
A
or no?
parallel position. Well, no. A parallel doesn't make sense. So we're talking
Okay, no,
about
no, no,
concentric.
no. Hold on. If a leveled position, is it parallel to sea level? Yes or no?
Oh, that yes.
Okay, so now you're getting it. If you
But
level
it's a
something,
concentric sphere.
hold on. You see this point. You're saying that, but we're trying to figure it out if it is or not. So just slow down, buddy. You're jumping ahead. And we can't go there though. You can't use the thing we're trying to prove as proof of the thing we're trying to prove.
I
So
didn't do that.
yes, you did, because you said it's a
No.
concentric circle, meaning
Well,
you
I
think
mean,
you're on a
that's
globe.
that's what I've measured it to be.
Okay,
That's
okay.
the
So here's the
reason.
point. But here's the point, Donald. Here's the point. When you set up your equipment and you level it, you are creating a point for you to look through your position to get an angle from, because you're going to bait. That's why you're going to take the height of it, right? Let me ask you this: did you take the
No.
height of the equipment? Did you take the height of
No.
the equipment? No.
No. No.
So you just did it from what elevation?
The elevation is irrelevant. I'm taking an angle.
Wait,
I'm not.
wait.
Listen,
But
listen. Oh my God, let me
it's going to be a
finish.
different angle. It's going to be a different angle, though. Your
No,
elevation
but
matters.
I'm not measuring. Okay. Which one are we talking about here? Because I was either using a level only or a quadrant. So which one are we talking about here?
No, well, when you were on the ocean, you were just
Okay, so a
you're just
level.
taking the angle to the horizon. You're saying, right?
No, I'm not taking angles with that. That doesn't involve any angles at all.
You're saying
Show
it
us the
doesn't involve that.
pictures.
Yeah.
It's the
Show us the
pictures you
pictures and
took
we can
with your
still talk
level
about it.
compared to the horizon.
Yeah. That's
Dude, I don't have the pictures.
Oh shit! You know what? Well, check it
Oh
out.
shit.
One time,
But the thing is,
I had
that's
the
not my
Loch Ness
evidence. That's not. Oh
monster
my God!
was
Can I
being
finish my thought?
dude. The fucking Sasquatch was carrying fucking
Listen,
the Loch Ness monster.
dude.
Wow.
You're saying just can you let me finish? Because you're
Well, the
saying
abominable
nonsense.
snowman
Dude.
was throwing at it, and I lost the photos.
Okay, let me finish what I was saying while you're not
ahead.
saying nonsense. You're
Go
saying
ahead.
nonsense.
So are you, in
Thank
all
you.
fairness.
We're all
So
gonna
the
cheer.
picture. Oh my God, the picture is not my evidence. My evidence is I can teach you how to do it. That's my evidence. You can repeat it.
Okay, so I already told you that when you set up your level, right? I'm sorry, when you set up your camera, you leveled it, right?
No.
Yeah, you did. You said you leveled it.
No, I didn't level the camera.
What did you level then?
The level.
You leveled the the level.
I
Okay.
made sure that the level was level.
Where did you put the level at? On the sand?
No, it was on a tripod.
Okay. So, okay.
It
Let
was
me
actually
explain.
2 tripods.
Let me explain something to you. Okay. When you
Okay.
level the tripod, Donald, you are leveling the camera. Does that make sense to you, Donald?
The camera was not on a. Okay.
Yes, I know, but when you put the camera on top of it, it's level.
I didn't
Come on.
use a tripod for the camera. The camera was not on a tripod.
Oh, okay. So what did you have a tripod for then? Whoa, the story's
The
getting even better.
level. The level was on 2 tripods.
Oh, okay. And then you took a photo of the level on the tripod with the horizon in the background.
Yes.
Okay. So then
I went home and counted. And then I went home and counted pixels.
Oh, are you the creator of that one red level on the rocks? Or you're
No,
just
I did it
claiming that?
completely. I did it all myself.
Okay.
I did this. Listen, I did this. Listen, I did
you're
this.
lying here, bro.
Listen, I did this in 1996 before YouTube was ever invented. So I did this on my own without ever even knowing about that shit. So this was something I did on my own.
Okay, so you're saying that you saw curvature of the Earth by seeing the circle of the horizon. That's what you're saying?
Part of the circle.
Okay. So it would be awesome if you could provide pictures. Maybe just go redo it.
Dude, I just told you I don't have them. But
Okay.
it doesn't
So,
matter. That's not my evidence. My evidence.
so how
My
far?
evidence.
So how
Listen.
far was the horizon?
Oh
Because
my
you said you measured.
God! What is? Listen. The pictures are not my evidence. My evidence
Oh,
is that I can teach you how to repeat
to
it.
be.
You can do it.
Hold on.
Oh my God!
We already know how to do it. Hey, by the way, you did say you measured the horizon, and we never
Yes.
got to that point. How did you measure it?
I
What was
can't.
the distance?
I counted the pixels.
So, what was the distance to the horizon then?
The distance to the horizon. I don't remember.
But you counted them though.
I counted the pixels from the level.
Correct. So then, were you able to establish the distance to the horizon counting the pixels of the level?
No, that's irrelevant.
Okay, hold on then. So hold on. Let me backtrack. I just said, give me a second here. I could have swore I said, didn't you measure the distance to the horizon? You said, yes, I counted the pixels.
No,
And then
I never said that. No, that's not what you
okay.
asked, and that's not what I said.
Okay. Okay. So let me start over then. Okay.
What
We'll
you
scratch that.
asked was, did you take a picture of the level with the horizon in the
Okay. That
background?
was,
That's what I said yes to.
I did say that. Now I asked another question. I said, actually, I made a statement. I said, we never got to the part where you said that you measured the distance to the horizon. How did you do
No,
that?
that's not what you said. That's not what you said. You said
Okay.
you never
Okay.
got to the
Scratch that.
measurement.
Scratch
We never
all
got
that.
to the measurement. That's all
Scratch
you
all that.
said.
Okay, Donald. Now, did you measure the distance to the horizon? Yes or
No,
no?
it's irrelevant.
Okay. Earlier, way earlier, you said that you know how to measure the horizon. Did you not?
The curvature of the horizon.
Oh, okay. And then you said you're using the level for that.
Yes.
Okay. So we need to see these photos then. We definitely need to see the photos.
No, that's not my evidence. My evidence is I can teach you how to do it. You can repeat it and get the same measurement.
No, but we know what you did. You already told us. You taught us.
Not to sorry, APOC, not to cut you down, but I'd like to know what camera you're using and what lens and focal range you're at.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. It was just a little digital point and shoot from the 90s.
Okay, so do you think that technology suffice then to even capture that distance? I mean,
The
not that
distance
distance.
is irrelevant.
I'm sorry. I know. I misspoke. I mean the image.
Yes, for the image, that's fine. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, interesting. So when you saw that
because
curve,
cameras take pictures of things.
so when you
That's
saw
what
that,
they do.
so when you saw that curve, was that the globe curve left to right, or was that the globe curve away from you?
No, it was left to right curve. That's what I was measuring.
Okay.
It was left to right.
About how many miles would you say was left to right?
I have no idea. It's irrelevant.
No, it kind of it actually is very relevant because now we're trying to see a big.
I'm not making a prediction. I'm not making a prediction.
Breathe, Donald. I don't want you to bust up on me. It's relevant because if you said there was only 1 degree of curvature over 2 miles, then I'm going to call you a tiny earther. If you said there was 1 degree of curvature over 10,000 miles, I'm going to say, okay, let's have a look at this.
Right. And that's what I was getting
I'm not
to,
measuring.
Donald.
I'm not measuring the amount of curvature. I'm measuring curvature, yes or no.
I know.
Yes, and we need to know how much distance associated with your alleged curvature.
No, we don't. We just need to know whether or not there is curvature.
Donald, we do though, because guess what?
No.
Guess
It's
what?
irrelevant. It's a 1 or 0. It's not a spectrum. It's a 1 or 0 that I'm measuring.
Okay, Donald. So pay attention real quick, please. Okay. If you go out and you see what would be called that circle around you, right, in all directions, when you are on the surface of the Earth,
you mean
no
the
matter
horizon?
Hold on. Yeah, exactly, because a horizon is the divider, right? The surface from the sky where it meets.
You know, it can only exist on a curved object, right?
Yeah. Actually, you're completely wrong about that. It could be on any shape. You could be on a
Please
triangle. You could
demonstrate me to be wrong.
Listen. You could be on a triangle. You could be on a sphere.
cannot
you
have
could be
a horizon on a
rectangle.
triangle.
You could be on a square. Actually, you can.
Show me the horizon on the pyramid.
Listen, because it's about how you see with your eyes, and you actually create that circle
No, it's
around you.
not.
Yeah, no, it absolutely
No eyes
is.
at all. Earth still has a horizon.
Hey, listen. Every
No
lens,
eye exists in the entire universe. Earth still has a horizon.
Okay, let's look at. Here's the funny part, right? Here's the funniest part, the best part, by the way. a horizon only exists from the center of the Earth because that's the only place where you will have that circle.
That doesn't make
Because
sense.
it makes total sense because on a surface of a ball there is no horizons. There's no horizontals. Here, I'll tell you what. I'll do you one better. I know you don't understand it. You don't get it. Here, I'm just gonna post it for you. Okay. Look at here. You go. Just here you go. Just read that. Hey. Oh, wrong one. Wrong one. I'm sorry. Wrong photo. My bad. Don't worry though. Don't go nowhere. Okay.
How does a flat Earth weigh 6.6 trillion?
Hold on. No. I said wrong photo. See, I want you to read that out loud for the group, please. For all of us.
Horizontals. Sure, spheres don't have horizontals.
Go ahead. Oh, well, believe it or not, you're saying that your surface has horizontals. Hold on. If you can't grasp what just came out of your mouth right now, Donald, I think there's a lot more chiseling of this.
I have never said that. I've never said that. I've never even implied that.
Donald, did you not say that you put a level up to the horizontal? Yes or no? Horizon, which is horizontal.
Horizon is not horizontal. They're different words.
Okay, the horizon.
They have different meanings.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Can you just read that out loud, please? Just read it.
It says no. A sphere does not have horizontals, and I agree.
Keep reading.
I don't care. I agree already.
No. Donald, just
oh my
keep
God. In the sense of a flat line, but when you slice a sphere horizontally, the resulting cross section is always a circle. Yes, I agree.
Okay, keep reading.
Oh, God. Which can be considered a horizontal plane. Within, do you see how there's quotation marks around that? It means it's imaginary. Within the sphere's 3D structure, essentially any plane that cuts through a sphere creates a circular cross-section. Yes, I agree.
Hey, now, can you read the key points? Right underneath that.
A sphere is a perfectly curved surface with no flat surfaces, so it doesn't have any inherent horizontal lines. Yes, I agree.
Okay.
If you imagine,
and the next one.
I was trying to. If you imagine slicing a sphere with a horizontal plane, the resulting cut is a circle. Yes, I agree.
I think that's the main part here, Donald, because in reality, when you set up your level to the horizon, you're actually just seeing that circle that's created around you, because that's the way our eyes work. And
because of the curvature of the Earth.
You keep saying that, but remember that the surface of a sphere, you can't see that circle, quote unquote, because that's only from.
You can't see the horizontal. No. You can't see the horizontal.
Hold on. Did it not say that?
What we do say when we're out and about is horizontal.
Exactly. Did you not see how it said you have to slice the ball in half to get that circle? Did you not see that?
Well, yeah. What does it say about slicing a flat Earth in half and getting a horizontal?
No.
Getting a circle.
No.
Getting a
That's the
circle.
best
Sorry.
part. No, that's the best part. We're already on that.
This demonstrates that the Earth is a sphere. Well, an oblate spheroid.
No. This is where you're completely wrong.
It does. It's very well.
Hey, guess
I
what?
should copy this and use it.
Here you go.
Just explains what a sphere itself is.
Thank you for demonstrating the Earth as a globe
Donald,
again.
Are you even listening? Donald, are you listening to me? Yes or no?
No, I'm trying to listen to the other guy, but you keep interrupting. But go.
That does not prove an oblate spheroid, or it doesn't prove anything other.
He's trying to use it to prove a globe. It's hilarious. Even though it says, imagine slicing a sphere with a horizontal plane, the resulting cut is a circle. So Donald, I just want to explain to you that
he won't listen. His fingers in ears, mate.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Typical.
Yeah, he deafened himself.
I was hoping when he was carrying on about his level stuff and saying about his drop, that you would have went, right, what's the radius of the Earth? And he would have spat it out and gone, right, does your stupid measurement match the alleged radius? And he would have went, oh, I don't know. Good, then piss off and do it again.
Right, and that's why we asked him for the distance of this from left to right, because then we could have seen if it even comports to what even his own paradigm says. But what I was trying to point out, though, is that when they're saying that there's a horizon, they're going to measure it to it. Yes, we understand the horizon's called a horizon because it's horizontal. And the horizontals are always going to be flat. That's why they always look flat. but he's saying they're curved. But I think what he's measuring is actually just that equidistance around you, like where you can see like
What they
at
do
the
is,
at the
is they
edge of
get
your
a camera,
eyes.
they take a photograph of a level that is leveled and against the horizon, and then they count the pixel difference at either side of the screen. So on the left-hand side of the level, they'll count up to the pixels to the horizon. On the right-hand side of the screen, they'll count up the pixels to the horizon off the level. And if the pixels are different, therefore it's curved.
Yeah, it's really weird. And the funny
I'm
part,
not joking. I'm serious. That's how they do it. But
No,
what
I
they
know.
don't take into consideration is barrel distortion, what lens they're using. There's a whole heap of factors that could possibly affect it. So
Yeah, I know.
that's why, it's
Yeah, remember McToon? He used to have that one red level on doing the same exact thing somebody put online, and McToon used to use that. Then Jaren was telling him, dude, if you compress an image, it's going to actually curve it itself,
just
and that was all.
amplifies the failures of the lensing. That's all it does.
Yeah, I mean, and at the end of the day, dude, it's just they're not getting it. They're not getting that, like kind of like that second photo that I posted where that's the way they're getting their angles and elevations, all that stuff. It's on a circle, a plane circle, bro. Like all around you, you're going to create that angle from your elevation or whatever position you're at by creating that circle around you. And I don't know why these guys don't get it. I'm honestly lost. I do know though, but I don't know why I bug them, waste time. You are unmuted, but you can't hear that you're unmuted.
No, he'll
You
just sit
said,
there with the red tag.
He's
That's
not
all.
unmuted.
oh, I don't see him being like hard muted. That's why. My bad. Is he still muted? No one has the red.
Yeah,
I
so
don't
he was
know.
just sitting there waiting to be untagged. Donald,
Oh,
if you
okay.
put your fingers in your ears again while people are explaining stuff to you, don't be surprised if one of the mods boots you completely.
You don't need to mute me for that.
And you need to stop and listen when people are explaining stuff. And when they are explaining stuff, you need to not put your fingers in your ears like a little child.
You need to not mute me like a little child.
You're crying again. You got muted because you started doing dumb shit. Stop it.
T-Dub, are you able to I don't think Heretic's online right now, but are you able to unban people? He was gonna unban Sin, and he needed his ID to do it. But are you able to do it too, or no? Heretic was gonna do it, but I was supposed to get back to him. I totally forgot.
Who? Can you?
I'll
me
send
the
you
ID?
his. Yeah, I'll send you it. I had told Heretic. I was like, you banned him before. He's like, yeah, he could be an ass sometimes. He's like, yeah, I'll bring him back though. Let me see here. I'm gonna copy text. Okay, I have it right here. And then I'll message you. Give me a second. Where are we at? Here we are. It's the reason why is because he jumps in here like when he's kind of really tipsy, and then. But if he is, just mute him, but don't ban him, I guess. Here you go. That's his user ID. I'll let him know that.
So I want you guys to understand one thing. This method that I'm telling you about will also demonstrate the Earth to be flat, if indeed the Earth is flat. You should be very interested in this. I don't know why you guys aren't. Because this would demonstrate the Earth to be flat.
Donald, if you
What?
hadn't have put your fingers in your ears, you would have heard us talking about your so-called observation and how it's done and what happens and all the failures in it. But since you put your fingers in your ears, you can go back and listen to the recording.
I mean, if you just there isn't any flaws in it though.
Yes, there is, Donald. That's what you don't understand. There's variables that you're not accounting for, or you're not even thinking about, probably, of why.
What variable am I not accounting for?
Why the image is the way it is. That's the whole point. But
why the sun is where it is?
Now we're talking about the sun.
That's okay. Okay, so are you talking about the horizon thing? So
That's what you've
there's
been
only.
I don't know how long.
There's only one explanation for why there would be, horizon above the level in the center and below the level on both sides. There's only one explanation for that.
Your level was bent?
Yes, my level was bent. It was
You
a
said
brand new
there's only
level.
one explanation. I just gave you another explanation, so therefore your whole argument now is bunk. See you later.
Yeah, you kind of put your foot in your mouth right there. Hey, T-Dub, did you do it? He messaged me.
So you're not going to appeal to Gettier case because levels
Yeah,
are
should be
straight
done.
when
Okay, cool.
levels are straight whenever you buy them brand new. That's the way they're built. You're just appealing to a Gettier case. Gettier cases don't prove anything.
You just said that there's only one explanation. I just gave you an absolutely perfect explanation. There is nothing wrong with that. Your level may be bent. That is a valid explanation for the quandary you have.
That's a Gettier case.
You can call it whatever you like. You wanted an explanation. You claimed there was only one explanation. I gave you another. Therefore, you've shut yourself down, mate. And you still can't even concede to the fact that I shut you down with something as simple as you may have a bent level.
So a Gettier case is an outlier.
And he still doesn't want to concede to the fact.
That's crazy. Donald, do you not realize what happened right now? You said there's only
Nothing
one. He
happened.
gave you two, and now it destroyed your whole fucking position.
No, that didn't happen. So, if you're just going to appeal that maybe there was an outlier in the construction of my level where it was bent in some way that all levels are not, because if they were bent
Donald, shut up for a second. I wasn't appealing to a bent level. You made a claim that there was a singular... Shut up or you'll get muted again. You made a claim, mate, that there was a singular explanation to what you put forward. I gave you another explanation. That's all I did. You're now crying about the fact that I gave you another explanation.
No, you gave me an outlier. Outliers don't demonstrate anything.
It wasn't to demonstrate anything. It was. It was to prove to you that your singular case was bunk. You don't have a singular answer anymore. We've got two answers now.
Except
Do you understand that? Oh, I'm wrong because what? I gave you a second option. That's all it is. It's a second option. I've given you a second option. There's only one case.
No, you're appealing to an outlier.
I don't give a fuck what you call it. Fact of the matter is, you called one answer, I gave a second, you're fucked. Full stop.
How about barrel distortion?
That's not true. And that's not at all true.
How about distortion of the camera lens?
APOC.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, teed up.
What did APOC just say, Donald?
I don't know, you were talking through him. I didn't hear him.
Barrel distortion. Camera lens.
What about barrel distortion?
So, can the camera lens mess up your image that you're taking a photo of in any way, even to the smallest pixel?
All camera lenses have some barrel distortion. It's generally out towards the edges, and I didn't use the edges.
The edge of the level?
Let's have a look at this. You claimed that the horizon was above the level in the center and below at the outer edges. The outer edges that you just said where distortion happens. So there's three reasons now.
No.
We're counting them.
I just said I didn't use the outside edges.
You just
I didn't zoom in
bag.
far enough for it to be on the outside edges.
Bro.
Besides, it was in the center of the frame, or as close as I could get it, so it doesn't matter.
Bro.
Again, you're appealing to outliers. Don't do that.
Hold on. Hey, T-Dub, he said that he's still in this, like, waiting cell or something. What is that? I don't even know what that means.
It's not T-Dub, bro. It's Matrix.
I'm talking to T-Dub.
I'm not sure. I don't know. Who is it again?
Sin cleanser.
Sin cleanser.
Yeah, do you see him on the listening?
Don't know. Oh, see, I don't know if it was a permaban or not. Like, I'll see if I can get hold of Heretic.
Yeah, Heretic said he was gonna unban him. I think it was a permanent ban, but he said he'll unban him. That he could undo it. He just needed the user ID, and then I totally forgot about it. Then St. Cleanser's messaged me. He's like, "What's up? Like, can you get me in?" I was like, "Yo." I had talked to Heretic. He said, "Yeah, but he needed your number," and he didn't know it either. So then I'm like, "Okay, look, rejoin the Asylum server, and he'll give me your user ID through there on the logs." So then that's when I grabbed it. Then that's when I sent it to you.
Also, I want to reiterate for like the 10th time, the evidence is not my measurement or my photos, it's that it can be repeated by anybody, anytime.
Yes, but you're not. Yeah, but Donald, your evidence, quote unquote, is not evidence. What you're doing is you're just capturing something that you're seeing optically of what you're seeing. Okay, so for
Reality.
instance, give me a second. For instance, okay, if you can understand that what you're capturing was like being on the top side of an orange cut in half, right? That's flat. That's planar. Okay. And imagine that just infinitely in all directions, a plane surface in all directions. You would still be seeing what you've captured, apparently.
No, that's just not true. No, that's just not true.
Okay. So if you're gonna say that's just not true, that's okay. You can say that. Then that's where your religion kicks in, and there's a bias, and
Well, no,
now
I
you
can
have a bias because of your belief that no, because of what I saw, it has to be a curved ball, even though
No,
we already
because
went through it, and you could only
No.
see that from the center of it.
No, because if I were on a ball that was cut in half and it was a circular surface, if I were not in the center, it would be oval. It would not be perfectly circle. It would be an
Oh
oval.
my god, bro! No,
I
you
mean,
don't
that's just
understand how your eyes
perspective,
work.
dude.
Look at it. Okay, perspective,
It
right?
has nothing to do with my
Your
eyes, man. It has
yes,
zero
it
to do with my eyes.
has
You
everything
have
to
to
do
stop
with your
saying that.
eyes.
It has nothing to do with my eyes.
Because that's the
Maybe
only
he
way we
keeps
see.
telling you is because it has something to do with your eyes. Whether you accept it or not, that's up to you. But he's probably keeps telling you because it has something to do with your eyes.
Well, except that if all eyes disappeared from the universe, this would still be true. So it has
Oh
nothing to
my
do with my eyes.
No, you wouldn't be able to see it.
It doesn't matter. It would still be true. Whether I could see it or not, it would still be true.
Here's what would be true. Okay, here's what would be true. With our eyes, we create a 360-degree view all around us, not only on the surface of the ocean, but also in the sky. Because that's the way our eyes are. Literally, the shape of our eyes can create the world around us when we're looking way far away at things far, far away. Like, for instance, that's why sometimes look at let me give you for instance, okay?
I don't need one.
Okay, when you look at the horizon, right? And sometimes at the edges, in our peripheral, it looks like we're seeing it curving, right? It looks like it's curving because our eyes are literally creating it that way. But if you look a little left, just hear me out, Donald. If you look a little left, that part of the ocean that looked like it was curving is now flat again. And then now at the left side of this direction you're looking at is now curved, and then you go a little left again. That's because our eyes are creating that. That's the way, because they are lenses, right? That are convex, right? And so they make that image that way. Here, let me give you a for instance.
Listen, wait. I don't need another one. I need to ask you an important question.
Oh, that was.
How do you think the eyes work?
Oh my God! Why do you think I'm telling you what I'm telling you?
Well, you're not telling me how you think the eyes work. You're just saying lenses.
Okay, do you agree to that? Would you agree to that? Look at this.
No, I don't. I don't even understand what you're saying, so I can't agree
to that photo. Look at that photo. Would you agree to that? That's our vision from our eyes?
No, I don't.
So we don't see up, we don't
No.
see down, we don't
That's.
see left,
Do
we
you
don't
think?
see right.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question.
I don't know how to help
Do
you
you
then. If you don't,
think that?
you can't even grasp how we see each
Let me. This is how you let me ask this question. This is how you ask. You let me ask this question.
other. Go
Do
ahead.
you think that photons come to our eyes, or do you think that stuff comes out of our eyes, and then that's how we see?
Stuff is coming out of our eyes, dude. What are
I'm
you
asking. I
thinking?
don't know. Well, so what do you? So do you understand how photons work?
Okay, now we're dabbling in photons.
Well, I
Is that
mean,
what you
that's
want
how
to
you
do?
see.
Here. Okay, well here.
That's how you see.
Okay, hold on. Look at let's take some look-sees, okay? Let's take some look-sees here. I got some things for you. I've got all kinds of things for you. I want you to look at all these things. We're gonna go over them together, okay? We're gonna teach you how the eyes work. And then here's this for you, by the way. That's
I
you.
know how the eyes work.
That's you at the end, by the way. Okay, so hold on. All right. So, would you agree with all these images that I've posted?
No, I don't. I don't even understand what you mean by them. Well, this last one, except for the meme, that perspective one, I kind of agree with that one.
Okay, so do you see the others on top of it? Do you see the way our eyes work, the way our field of vision works, the way our visual
not how
limits work? Do you realize
Okay,
how the
listen.
angles work? No, wait, we're gonna get there. We're really gonna get there. I'm trying to help you.
You need to let me ask questions, man.
Oh my goodness, go ahead.
Okay. How far away are stars?
We don't know.
I do know.
Oh my God, are you gonna?
Why do you
You're,
think we? Why do you think we do
you're
not?
going to
Okay,
start.
so
Okay,
give me a sec.
what
If
do
we assume
what do unicorns fart smell like?
I've
Do you
never
know?
seen a unicorn, I can look at stars.
Rainbows.
I can look at stars. I don't have to. They're not
E-Dub got it
unicorns.
right.
They're
They smell like rain.
physical things. So stars are not unicorns. They're physical things that I can go and look at.
But the distance to them is.
No, it's not. I can. Well, I mean, okay. So Cepheid variables. Do you know what Cepheid variables are?
Oh my God, bro! It's unbelievable.
What
You
is?
you have a story of telling you how far these things in the sky are, even though you cannot validate that.
I can't. I'm asking you. Do
Oh,
you know what a
stories,
Cepheid
measurements.
variable is?
No.
Okay, so a Cepheid variable is a particular type of star that we can calculate the frequency of its flashes by the intensity of its flashes.
Now I know why I didn't know about it, because it sounds like total bullshit. Okay, so you're saying
it's not.
Okay, you're saying that the star's flashing and they know the distance because the star's flashing.
No, because of the intensity of the flashing.
Okay. Let me ask you this. If we were to take, let's say, 50 people, and we give them all different sources of lights. One has a candle, one has a flashlight, one has like an old flashlight with a really small luminance. One has those newer ones that are super fucking bright, right? And then we just have all these different sources. One has like a light bulb, like a lamp, like all these 50 different sources of lights. And we stretched them across 20 miles in a desert. And we told each one, you're going to just stand wherever you want. You could be 1 mile away. You could be 9 miles away. No matter, and wherever you guys stand, we're going to try to guess how far you are from us by the source you have in your hand. Would you agree that that is impossible?
It sort of. We would have to have more information, but we know the information is.
Okay, hold on.
With the
Hold
right
on.
tools to measure, it's not impossible.
Okay. So the right tools. So what tool are we going to
I
grab
didn't
first?
say the right tools. I never said the right tools. I said the right information.
No, Parmesan said it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
sorry, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, he said with the right tools we could do it. Okay, but you don't agree with Parmesan then? With the right tools?
Well,
we
yes,
can't do
with
it?
the right tools we can do it, but we
Okay.
also need the right information.
Okay, so what information are you talking about?
Well, for the flashlights, we would need to know the source of it. What is the energy produced by the
Okay.
source?
Okay, hold on. Okay, that's why I said it this way. All we know is there's a light. Like right here on Earth, when we look up at the stars, all we know is we see lights. That's it.
That's not true.
That's all we know. Wait. So
No,
then
that's not
so
true.
so then what tool would you use to establish everyone's all the 50 people standing in the desert from 50 yards away to 20 miles away? We have all of them out there, okay? How are you going to establish
So
the
you
way
have
their
to know,
lights are? Go ahead.
you have to know the amount of energy that's being produced by the source. That's
How
all
do
you
you
need
know
to know.
that?
And then you
No. Look.
there's lots of let me answer the question you asked me.
Go
When
ahead.
you ask me a question, let me
Go
answer
ahead.
it.
Go ahead.
There's lots of different ways of doing that. So we have these things called standard candles, and they are known sources of light
Wait.
that always
No. Hold on. Wait. Remember, I have to stop you. You don't even know what they're holding because you can't get to them
That's
to
what I
inspect
said.
it. Okay.
That's why I said with your example, we need more information, but with my example, we have that information.
Okay, so go ahead. Explain it.
So there are these things called standard candles, and they always produce the same amount of brightness with a particular intensity.
Okay.
So because we understand how
How did
these
you measure
stars,
that candle? Oh, wait. How did you measure that candle as a standard? How did you do it?
we have them in our galaxy very close.
Wait. No. So how did you measure it though? How did you know the distance to it? How did you know if it was even whatever it was? How
You're
did you
not
know?
going to accept it because inside of our own galaxy we have only one reliable way of measuring distance, and that's with a parallax, and you don't accept parallax as a thing.
Hold on. I think you're just missing the complete point here. We're trying to say, right, without even talking about the stars. We're not even talking about the stars. We're talking about the people in the desert. We're talking about the people in the desert. How are you going to know how far they are from us based upon just seeing their lights all scattered out, all 50 of them?
I told you we need more information for that example. For my example, we have that information.
No, because
Yes.
okay, see, this is the problem. This is the problem with you guys. You're using the thing we're trying to figure out as the proof of the thing we're trying to prove is real.
No,
That's
that's
what
not
you're
at
doing.
all what I'm doing. That's not at
Yes,
all what
you're
I'm
doing.
so no.
You
Listen,
can't
if you'd
measure
let
the
me
distance. How is that a
explain
standard?
just a little.
What's the distance to
So
the
we
standard
have
one? What's the distance to the
we
standard one that we use?
what? Okay, so Cepheid, I could get you a list. We have Cepheid stars in our. We
What's the
have
distance to
Cepheid.
them?
I could get you a list, but let me explain this first.
Just the one. Just one.
Oh my God! There's not just one. We have hundreds.
We just need one for this whole story here. What's the distance to one of
Oh
those?
my fucking Christ, dude! You're an annoying human being. I'm just trying to explain this thing. I'll get you the information after. Can I just explain this one thing first?
You're missing the point. That's why I'm trying to make you
Oh
answer
my
that.
God, you're missing
I'll
the
tell you
point.
what.
Fuck's
Go ahead.
sake.
Go ahead. Explain. Go ahead. I'm gonna
Oh my
start after.
God.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So
You're
we have Cepheid stars in our galaxy, and we can measure the distance to them, and we can measure their intensity, and we can measure their frequency, and we find that particular frequencies always have the same intensity. And we know the distance to those, so we can double check
How we know the distance? Go ahead.
the parallax. I told you.
Okay.
You're not going
How do you know the distance to the parallax? Go ahead.
because we understand the orbit of Earth around our
Okay.
sun.
Okay. Hold on. We haven't even got to having to prove the orbit and everything. What we're saying is we're trying to prove the distance to the stars. You're saying we're using parallax. So so in other words, you're saying there's all these things you have to believe just to get a distance to a star, which you still can't prove orbiting. You still can't prove the shape of it. You still can't prove anything of that.
That's just
It is
garbage.
garbage.
You can measure.
Garbage. I agree. It's
You
garbage.
can measure. You can measure the orbit of the Earth with your cell phone.
Oh my God.
So
Unbelievable.
we can measure the orbit of the Earth. See, I
By
told you
what?
you
Do
wouldn't
we use
accept it. That's why
experiments?
I didn't want to do this.
Do we use an experiment? Do we use experiment for that?
Yeah,
To
you
measure.
can use experiments if you want, but
All right.
you could
Let's
just
see what
take them.
Einstein said. Somebody posted this earlier. Let's see. Einstein in
I'm not talking about
1922.
an optical experiment. He was talking about
Einstein said,
optical
"I have come
experiments.
to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment." Okay, what experiment did
Yes,
they?
I'm not using an optical experiment. I'm not
What
using optics.
what experiment? What experiment did the measurement, the orbiting of the Earth? Go ahead.
There are hundreds, maybe thousands of them, dude.
Thousands. We just need
So
one.
it should be quite easy for you to wrangle one
Jesus
up for us.
fucking Christ. See,
We
this
just
is
need
why I
one.
didn't want to use parallax, because I knew you'd go down this unrelated rabbit hole of you can't prove orbit, but we can prove the orbit. So
We just need
fine.
one. We just need one.
I am, but this is why you guys never learn anything, because you never let anybody
Because
finish
you won't
anything.
cough up one little piece of information.
I'm doing it
You said
now,
there's
dude. I'm
hundreds.
doing.
Don't cry
I'm
about
doing
it. We don't want to hear the
I'm-
story about you crying.
Jesus
We want you to
fucking
step up and
Christ.
go and get the information.
I'm doing it right the fuck now.
Sounds
Then
good. All right.
shut
While
up.
you're doing that, while you're looking it up and getting that experiment for us and stuff, let me remind you. Remember, you said we know the distance because of parallax. Again, you can't prove the distance of something that you're using to have for parallax, but
What? I can. That's nonsense.
what are you using for parallax?
Fallacy.
The orbit of the planet Earth.
Oh my god, bro. Okay, so you're saying because we know the Earth is orbiting, we can tell the distance of something that's away from us. That's what you're saying.
No, because we know the distance of the orbit of Earth. We can know the distance to things in our galaxy.
Okay, are there anomalies that throw off parallax? Yes or no?
Not really. Maybe a little.
Okay, if there are, as there are, then how do you know for a fact of what you're stating right now is true, being that even through observation, we see there's errors and flaws in the very own said parallax? Are there not these multiple what do they call them? Where they don't make sense. They're called fuck, I went blank. Not anomalies. Paradoxes. Are there not paradoxes within the heliocentric model that make zero fucking sense, that no scientists they're still trying to figure out and they still don't know? And yet,
like what?
Yet they're like, for instance, a lot of the shit that's going around us and apparently orbiting and apparently growing and expanding, and apparently there's all these other things in science, quote unquote. We'd call it pseudoscience because it's not really science. But there's things that are paradoxes, which aren't making sense, even
like
to the
what?
Here, let me get the list for you. Let me do
Do
that.
that.
Did you get that list, by the way, that we were asking?
I'm working on it. You've asked me for so many things. Which one do you want first? The orbit experiments, the Cepheid variable, the parallax. What do you want first?
We just need one.
Of which?
For you.
I was trying to get orbit experiments. Is that okay? Because you've asked me for so much shit.
We were
If you haven't learnt yet, Donald, all of your claims all require proof of curvature. You have yet to prove
No, they
the curvature
don't. That's
in the
nonsense.
first place. It's a form of logical fallacy. You are begging
No,
the question.
it's not.
Yes,
I'm
you
not.
are. If you can't see
That's
it, that's a
nonsense.
you problem. You're using the thing you're trying to prove in order to say, hey, look, you've got to do this, and that proves curvature. You're
I'm not
using
doing any of
curvature
that.
retard.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you
said
for
that
the
earlier.
insult. I win. But I'm not doing any of that. None of that is what I'm doing.
It's exactly what you're doing. Wake up to yourself,
Oh my
son.
god.
Don't sit there and say, oh my god. Take a step back and have a look at what you're saying to us.
I guess that'd be cosmology, right?
The orbit of the Earth has nothing to do with its shape. Whether or not it's flat, it still orbits the sun.
Yet we feel no motion.
You cannot feel motion that's small. That's irrelevant.
Okay, so here's. Are you ready for the paradoxes? See, I came with the receipts. You're still over there digging through your purse trying to find them, Donald. Hurry up and get your receipts. I got mine. While you look, I'm gonna read mine. Okay. There's one called the galaxy rotation problem. Here's the explanation, or here's the paradox. Why do stars at the edge of galaxies orbit the galactic center much faster than expected based on visible matter, suggesting the existence of dark matter? So there's a paradox because shit is going faster and it should. Why are you jumping in? I'm reading my receipts, Donald. Go look for yours.
Yeah, I posted it.
Oh, you did post it?
Yeah.
Okay, what
So
happens
that's
to
just
different...
dark matter. We understand that dark matter exists. I can demonstrate that dark matter exists.
Oh my God, bro. Are we're at dark matter now? Were we
That's
on
what
orbit?
causes.
Does dark matter the proof of the orbit? You're supposed to bring proof of the orbit.
No. Dark matter is why the stars.
Donald, stop.
Jesus
Stop
Christ.
scattergunning. Shut up.
I'm not
Stop
doing that.
scattergunning. Go back to your level experiment because you've bounced about four different things now and you've had your ass handed to you each time and it's not looking good for you.
That's not happening.
You Donald, you said that we were going to prove that the Earth was orbiting, but not the optical ones like Albert Einstein said. He's like, there's no optical experiment we can do to prove that it's orbiting. You said we have thousands of experiments that prove the Earth's orbiting.
For one, this
He
is
said,
one.
okay, what's the? Go ahead and tell us the one that proves that the Earth is orbiting. Go ahead.
I just posted it, dude. It's posted right.
I'm looking at.
So it's just copy paste. You don't know what the article is about, or you do.
I haven't read the entire article.
So just because it said on the front of it, listen up. Just because it says experiment proving Earth is rotating around Sun, you've claimed this is my proof. You've read the title and you've made a claim.
It's stellar parallax is doing it. That's the thing you want me to demonstrate, so that's not going to work.
So he hasn't read the article. All he's done is read the title.
I just read it enough to know that that's not going to work.
You read the title.
Okay, so now that you know that was the wrong one, go back to the drawing board and pull another one out your ass. We'll try that next one. But until then, you still don't have one. And by the way, we're still trying to figure out the distance of these people in the desert. They're freezing. Hurry up, Donald. You're taking too long. They're cold. They want to get out of the experiment. They're done. You're taking too long. So you're saying that we can determine all 50 of them. And remember, they all have different lights. And they're all different distances. So that in itself, if you have one of them's brighter, but they're closer, but in your logic, you would say because it's brighter, maybe it's because it's farther. Or I don't know. I don't know what your logic. Maybe the opposite of that. What if someone's dimmer and they're closer? And you're like, oh, that one must be farther away because it's so dim. No, it's just the as much power as they have for the little light. But that's kind of the point that I'm getting to, Donald. I don't know if you can understand that or not. Did you get that? Donald. Donald, did you get that? Did you get that?
Hello, Donald.
Did you hear me the whole time, guys, talking or no?
Oh, I could hear you the whole time, yes.
Okay. Donald, did you understand what I was saying?
You watch, he'll come back and go, oh, sorry, I went to the bathroom or something. I missed all that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I missed it all because, I mean, I think it's pretty important because they say, well, we see that star right there and we know the luminance, and we know the distance because we have the parallax, and then all of a sudden we have a distance to that star because we're just looking at light.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I could hear you now. Did you hear me earlier?
Yes, I heard every word of what you were saying.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Jesus Christ. I don't even know where to start with you people because you guys, we started off, so Dark matter is a thing that I can demonstrate. It's the reason why the stars on the outside of the galaxies rotate at the same speed as the ones on the inside of the galaxy.
Okay, hold on, Donald. Before you confuse yourself, you've just said dark matter is something you can demonstrate. How
Yes.
would you demonstrate that to us right now?
The bullet galaxy, the bullet cluster.
So demonstrate it to us.
I can show you a picture of it. Will you accept a picture of it?
How
So,
was that? Oh my god.
How do you perceive? I just want to get into your mind for a second. How do you perceive that a photograph that you can't even verify is real is proof of dark matter?
God.
Don't oh my god me. I want to know where you make the logical jump from his photograph, not sure if real or not, equals proof of dark matter. I want to know the jumps in between.
Well, I think it's real.
Okay, so it's just a belief. That's it.
No.
So you know it's real?
I have evidence it's real.
So you have a photograph, you just said. Or an image.
Well, sure, I have a photograph. Yeah.
And can you verify the validity of this image?
Yeah.
Please.
It has a serial number of which. It has a serial number for which telescope it came from.
Okay. It's amazing, bro.
So I think
What is wrong?
Donald.
What is wrong? There, I posted it.
Donald.
Oh my god.
So I think, and I'm not here to debate. So I think the Earth is round, but hear me out. I don't think, Donald, that, and the reason I don't hate flat earthers is because I actually completely respect them for the reason of science is all about asking questions. And in science and every single little kind of thing that everybody has done to prove the earth is round, there's always like am I roboting?
Yeah, but you're going in and out.
Okay, so can I explain the bullet galaxy now? Because what it is it's a pair of galaxies that have gone through the first stage of the merging process, and all of the dark matter that was in both galaxies is now at the center of the two galaxies. And that's what that's a picture of.
It was. He said the proof that the telescope has a serial number.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
So, Donald, I think the issue is they're not gonna believe any pictures because it's just like I think that the whole theory of flat earth is based around not trusting what these massive corporations are telling everybody. Like I think they don't trust NASA. I don't think they don't trust the government. I don't
think
so
this is from NASA.
huh?
I don't think this is from NASA, but it might be. I'm not sure.
Okay, how about we do this the fun
It might
way?
be Hubble.
9K
So Donald, so
9K. I've got a question for you. 9K.
Yeah.
I've got a quick question for you. Donald has just posted up an image in text chat.
Mhm.
Can you see the black image with the blue and purple thing in the middle of it?
Yeah.
If I was to say to you, that image is proof of dark matter, what would you say to me?
I would say, well, I'm not too educated on the topic, so me personally, I would say I don't know what I'm looking at.
Well, I could explain it to you. If I explained it to you, would you then accept the evidence?
That doesn't prove anything.
I'm all about thinking on the other side as well, Donald. So like of course I think that the earth is a sphere. I can agree with you on that. But I'm not scientifically literate enough to explain all the theories and all the calculations and everything, which is why I mostly just come in here to listen. But one thing that I can say to you is like you just told me because you told me that image is not from NASA. Do you know where
It may
it's
not be. I
from?
don't remember.
So do you know where it's so if you're gonna use an image, which is completely a respectable thing,
I mean,
you need
it's
to be able to
probably cited in the article or in the on the Wikipedia page.
Okay. So my advice
Okay, well,
my
it doesn't
advice
seem to me like you have been listening at all. Because you came in saying that you think it's all based on a mistrust of something. Already,
Well,
what?
No, no, no,
9K.
no. I'm talking to Don. Let me finish.
Really wanted to pull you up on that because it's not. No, it's not based on that.
Okay, let me finish.
Go ahead.
So, Donald, my advice to you, if I'm putting myself in their shoes, is if you're going to use that image as a proof, which could be completely reasonable, you have to be able to back it up. You have to be able to explain. You have to, but you have to also be able to explain where it came from. By the way that you're explaining it to me right now, it sounds like you just grabbed it off Wikipedia and posted it in the chat. You need to be able to, like, you should have it. You should know about it before you post it. Because
There are
the
much
argument's not.
simpler.
It's not. The
I've
argument's
known
not
about this
gonna-
for years. I've known about this for years.
Hey, 9K, just real quick. 9K, if you will address your attention right above Donald's, I have proof that the Oompa Loompas are real.
Oh my god!
And there's my video. And that's the proof. You can't deny it. Look at them. You see them, right? That's the equivalence of what you're showing us, by the way. I'm just letting you know. Matter of fact, mine's even better.
Science, though.
Well, you call it science, but it doesn't even follow the Here, let me post what it is. Let me show you what science is. Or actually, maybe you can tell us what's science.
Who are you asking?
Whoever chimed in, he said, "What the?"
I was being sarcastic, by the way.
Okay.
Sorry.
Check this. What Donald's just posted. In astronomy, dark matter is a hypothetical form.
Yeah, because we haven't detected it yet.
Oh
yet.
my god!
We can observe it. The thing says we can observe it.
Donald. Not 5 minutes ago, you were telling us that your dark matter was proof of something, and now you're saying you can't prove it.
I never said that. I never said any
You
of that.
literally just said that.
No, I said the Bullet Galaxy was a demonstration of dark matter. That's what I said.
You said that your photo proves dark matter.
Demonstrates. I said it demonstrates.
If it demonstrated, it wouldn't be hypothetical anymore, would it?
No. The particle is the thing that hasn't been detected, and that's the hypothetical thing. Is the particle?
Donald, what did T-Dub just say?
He said that it's still a hypothesis that hasn't been proven.
T-Dub, can you please repeat yourself because our young friend has a hearing problem?
Said if it's been demonstrated, then it wouldn't be hypothetical anymore.
That's what I said. You said, but it's the particle that is hypothetical. The observation is valid. We see that there's more matter than is visible.
So it
That's
wouldn't
a
be
fact.
hypothetical anymore.
The particle is the hypothetical thing because we have not
see
detected
something
it
that's
yet.
not visible. Seeing something that's not visible.
And then there's that side of it.
We can. That's not what I said. I said that we can see that there is more gravity than there is matter. That's
You
what
can
I said.
see gravity. You can see
We
gravity.
can see that there is more gravity. No, I didn't say you
You
could
see
see
the
gravity.
effect of more
Yes.
gravity than there is.
There's
You don't
more
have to
gravity
be
than
aware
of gravity.
There's more gravity
No, it's
than
the effect of gravity.
Oh my god!
What are you seeing exactly? What is it you're seeing?
You're seeing that the stars on the outside of the galaxy are rotating at the same speed as the stars on the inside of the galaxy, implying that there's more gravitational effects than the matter that we see.
Holy shit! There's a lot of base axioms we have to accept as being true on
there's
face
not.
value right here. Yeah,
There's
is.
not. All you have to accept is relativity.
First, I've got to accept what that these things are mass. I've got to accept that gravity works exactly the way you're saying. I've got to
Relativity
accept
is all
that
you have
they're
to
a
accept,
galaxy,
yeah.
so it's a cluster of stars. Is that right?
Well, I mean, we're in a galaxy, which is a cluster of stars, so we can demonstrate that galaxies are clusters of stars.
Holy shit! So I've got to accept that now too.
I mean, you can just go look at that.
Well,
It's
no,
called
I
nighttime.
can't.
Yeah, it's called nighttime.
Yeah, no, not what I
You still
see.
look at nighttime?
You're just throwing more.
See that I'm inside a galaxy.
Yes, you can see that you're inside a galaxy.
No, I can't. I don't. Where do you go that's special that I can see that? I don't see that.
Well, okay, so there's this thing called what is it called? The Large and Small Magellanic Clouds, and they're clusters of stars that
Yeah.
are outside of our galaxy, but they're very, very close, and you can just go get a
What?
telescope
How's
and
it
look at them.
outside the galaxy? How do you know that?
Well, because they're not inside the galaxy; they're their own
Okay,
cluster of stars.
what constitutes
You
of
know
being
that?
inside? What constitutes of
Because
being
we can go
inside the
look
galaxy?
at it. What?
Yeah. Yeah, and
He doesn't get our whole point. Hey, look at
the
so for
fuck,
instance,
man?
look
I
at
mean,
when I'm
just go look at it, man.
look at when I'm in my car, I know what's in my car, and then when I throw something out the window, it's no longer in the car.
Sure,
So
but it still
we are
exists,
in
though,
our
right?
galaxy. How do we know what's in our galaxy in your world?
We look at it. We just go look at it. So there's this thing called
Just look at it.
He doesn't
there's
get
this
it.
thing.
No, there might be like an
I'm
easier
trying
topic.
to explain right now. There's this thing called the galactic disk, and everything inside that galactic disk is inside our galaxy. And there are
Would you
other
just look at
galactic
it?
disks. There are other galactic disks that we can go and look at, and they are isolated from our galactic disk in many different ways.
Can
I
I
don't
suggest
understand why you're laughing like a hyena.
simpler topic? Just the rotation of the stars. Just
Because you've been throwing. I mean, we're getting further and further away, and we leaving the people out in the desert. We still don't know their distance.
Oh my
And
god!
the further away we're getting
I already
from that
told
original,
you. I already
the,
told
fur-
you.
the further away we're getting away from that position, you're going deeper and deeper into Narnia, showing us more
Oh my
closets
god! No,
opening
we can
up.
just go look at it. We can just go look at it. It's not Narnia if you can go look at it.
Okay, so we
And how does it prove the curvature of your ball?
It doesn't. We're not talking about the curvature right now.
Well, we should be, because that's what the server topic's about.
Well, I mean, this dude asked a whole unrelated question, and we went on this unrelated rabbit hole.
Well, let's get back to proving your curvature, because you're obviously stressing out about trying to prove other things that aren't
I'm
working.
not. I just don't understand how Narnia is something we can just go and look at. How is it Narnia if we can just go look at it? I don't understand that.
I don't see what you see. I don't see what you see, and I don't understand how you're interpreting it that way. How
It's
do we
not an
see the disc?
interpretation.
So we see the stars in the sky above us, right? So just look at it. Okay, we look at it. Okay, now how does that explain our Earth? Because when I go into a
I'm not
huge
talking about
Lowe's,
the Earth.
when I go into a huge Lowe's market or a Costco, I can see all the round, the round lights they have on the roof or the
You're
ceiling.
ridiculous.
But it doesn't mean that their floor is curved like a ball. It's actually pretty flat. I mean, probably with a little bit of a slope for drainage if it floods. But
Humans did that. That wasn't natural.
what was that?
That was humans did that. It didn't happen by natural forces.
Did you miss the part where we're saying we're looking up to explain the floor? Right now, you're saying to
I can
look
do
at it.
that.
We're looking at the sky.
Just look at it, dude.
Just look at it. And
But
then
that's
how does
not
that
what's happening here.
how was that
We have
explaining the floor?
nothing that I've said about the stars so far has anything to do with the curvature of the Earth. That's nonsense. I didn't say any of that.
That's what he asked you, though. How are we going to get for the curvature of the Earth? He literally just said that like 2 minutes ago.
Well, and then somebody else asked a different question and other. Okay, so not I mean, we can look at a ceiling and measure the floor. That's just a fact. So we can look at the stars and measure the Earth. That's also a fact.
We could look at the ceiling and measure the floor.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, does the ceiling represent the shape of the floor?
Yes.
Okay. So, why do you think that we're taking these angles of measurements, creating baselines to get that degree, and that's all planar in every way about it? That's just the way it's done. But then, who changed it to a sphere? Who took all those angles and measurements and then said, let's put on a ball now, even though they just used what you would have used on a planar surface? Why,
They didn't.
Donald?
That's not what happens. You
Who
are
did it then?
misunderstanding. You are
Who did it?
You are misunderstanding. That never happened. So nobody did it because it never
no one
happened.
ever measured the Earth?
That's not what you asked, and that's not what I said.
You said it never happened, and I said they measured it.
said
And
that.
you're saying it never happened.
You asked who changed it from planar to spherical. That never happened.
Okay, would you agree that to get angles to celestial objects in the sky is going to consist of at least 2 straight lines?
I can think of 2 straight lines, yes.
Okay. So, where does the curve come into it?
That third line, that's the curved one.
What third line are you talking about?
Well, triangles have 3 lines. We're talking about triangles right now, right?
Do triangles have 3 straight lines or 2 straight lines and a curved one?
It doesn't matter about the shape of the line.
Better not be a tangent. Better not be a tangent.
Triangles
Better not be a
have
tangent.
triangles have 3
A
angles.
tangent? A tangent?
I don't know why you're interrupting my conversation with this perfectly
It's a
reasonable human being.
tangent. Let's clarify something here. Are you talking about a tangent plane?
No, not at all.
Okay then. Well, welcome to Flat Earth.
I don't even know what that means.
That was easy.
Well, except that if I'm not talking about a plane, then how can I be on a flat Earth? So I don't understand what you're talking about.
Wow, you're funny, dude. Just look at it. I'm gonna start using that too.
How do we know we're in a galaxy? Just look at it.
Right. Just look at it.
What
dude.
is the definition of a galaxy? It's a group of stars. Go look at the stars. They're all in a group. We're in a group of stars.
Guess how many people in this room care?
Clearly, ignorance is bliss.
Oh my god. Hey,
Those shiny little lights in the sky prove not what shape is underneath it. So stop looking up at your stars and getting us to look at your stars. It means nothing.
I mean, you can say that, but that doesn't make it true.
Oh, and you can say it exists, but it doesn't make it true. So they've nullified each other. So those arguments,
Well, no, I can just go measure it.
you can measure the stars.
Yeah.
Well, while you're up there, pat one for me.
Hey, we're back to desert. Thank you for that. You brought us back to the desert where we can measure lights away from us.
Yes, you can measure light. How can you not? I mean, what makes you think we don't know how to measure
You can
light?
measure the intensity. I'm not disagreeing with you. The reason I'm not going to disagree with you, I have a light meter for the specific purpose of measuring intensity of light. Now, how did you get the distance?
Remember,
tape measures that long at Bunnings. I'm sorry.
You don't have to physically measure. Okay, so
Oh
there's
my
several ways. There's several ways.
Calculate
Oh my God! If you ask a question, allow the other person to answer before you continue
Well,
speaking.
don't have a meltdown between now and then. Just cough it up.
That's not happening. So, okay. So there are many ways of measuring the distance to stars. One of them you don't accept because it's parallax. But 1A supernova.
Hold on a
or
minute.
something-
Don't strawman me, boy.
Well, I mean, you've already told me you don't accept it.
Who said I don't accept parallax? Me and you have
You
never had this
did.
discussion before. I've never mentioned
Early,
anything
like
about
10
parallax.
minutes ago, we did. 10 minutes ago, we
No,
did.
you were talking to APOC.
But you were there and you interrupted and you said you didn't accept parallax either.
So because he doesn't accept parallax,
No,
I don't.
that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said
You're telling me
said-
that I don't accept parallax.
Do you accept that the Earth orbits the sun?
I think he's
Fuck
confusing
no.
with T-Dub.
Then you don't accept parallax.
So what has parallax got to do with the Earth orbiting the sun? Nothing.
You can take a
that's why.
measurement to you can
I
take
can
a
get
measurement.
parallax through me scope when I'm sighting a kangaroo, you numpty.
Okay, but you
Doesn't
can,
mean the fucking Earth orbits
oh my
the sun.
God! You asked me a question. You can measure the star 6 months apart, and that's the distance between the orbit of the planet. That's parallax.
Oh my god, bro. You don't get what we're saying, dude. It's crazy.
I do, but it's just nonsense. I get what you're saying. It's just nonsense.
This
Because you're
is-
just saying that we don't know things that we know, and
the
you have to
min-
demonstrate that somehow.
So you're saying because, first of all, you're saying we know it's orbiting. Second of all, you're saying we know it's orbiting as a ball because we know it's a ball. No evidence.
Well,
No
I mean,
evidence of
that's not what
other
I'm
things.
saying. We
No
know it's a
evidence of it
ball, but that's not
orbiting.
what I'm saying.
No evidence of it orbiting. No evidence of it being a
There
ball.
is, though.
But you keep saying it is, and you say because we know the orbit, we know the parallax, and because we know the parallax, we know the distance. Once again, how are you getting the distance to these stars? Saying parallax is not measuring the distance because
It
you don't
is,
even
though.
know. You don't know the distance to what you're claiming to create that parallax.
I do, though.
What? Let me. Okay, let me ask this. What planet do they use?
Earth?
No. When they first were, when they first thought about, came up with parallax, what did they use?
Earth's orbit. For measuring search. I mean,
So what?
did you know?
So what?
Were you aware that your eyeballs are parallax? They use parallax.
Oh, so then our eyeballs are orbiting now?
No. They use parallax. They're not. They're not intimately connected.
Oh my gosh! Would you agree that it's more of like an optical illusion?
What parallax? No, it's not. It's not an illusion.
No, it's an actual physical thing that you see it and you know exactly what it's doing.
We understand parallax, yes, and it's a physical. It's a physical effect, yeah.
All right. You know who?
Physical and
Do you know
optical are not
what they use it for?
exclusive. Something can be physical and still optical.
But it can't be an illusion. Well, I mean, it's not an illusion, is what I said. I never said anything about the
No,
optical.
I
I
was
said
just
it's an illusion.
replying to his laughing because he
Oh,
seems to think that optical and physical are something can be either optical or physical.
well, everything that's
No,
optical is also physical.
I'd say everything is optical because you're
Well,
seeing
that's
it.
just not
So then,
true.
is
That's
there
what I
anything
mean
that's physical?
when I say
What
when
is
I
an
say
atom?
Is your
optical.
phone physical?
What is an atom?
When I say
The
it's
screen?
optical, it's because we can see it, right?
Okay, you can see everything
So
now.
if we're seeing, if
You
we are
can't see everything.
seeing, hold on, listen.
What
If
are
we are
X-rays?
seeing, listen. If we are seeing something that's causing this thing we call parallax, then wouldn't that not be an optical thing?
But it's not an illusion. You said optical illusion.
I am
I said it's
seeing
not an illusion.
my computer screen.
Sure, it's optical.
It's still
Yes, it's
physical.
optical. Sure, it's optical, but it's not an illusion.
Yeah. Once again, so when you have the parallax, what did they base it off of the first time?
What do you mean the first time? That's what I want to know.
What
Which first
what did
time?
they use to what? Okay, what did they see that made them say, "Oh, we're gonna call this parallax"? What's the
I
first
mean,
thing they did
our
when they
eyes.
used it?
Our eyes were the parallax that humans used.
Oh my gosh, you just I'm just seeing if you know the history of it, but you don't. But that's okay.
I mean,
I'm just
you
trying to
have to be
figure out
more
if you know it.
specific than the first time we used parallax because we've used parallax for the first time many, many times. So
Probably
what?
some guy in a
Instead of
carriage looking at
asking
the
me
trees
an
and saying,
ambiguous
"Oh."
question,
So
instead
the
of
first
asking,
time happens many times. That makes no sense.
well, yes, because there are unrelated cultures who never speak to each other that come up with the same idea. That's the first time for that culture. It's not the first time for humanity.
So what culture created parallax?
I don't fucking
Parallax was
know.
not
I don't
created.
fucking
It's observed.
care. It doesn't matter. It's still a real thing whether I know the history or not.
No, I'm just wondering if you know. I'm just
Okay,
seeing. I'm
do
just
you
reading your
know?
brain.
Do you know?
No. You're talking about it like you know.
No, I
I'm
don't
picking your
need to know the
brain.
history to know how it works. I don't need to know the history to know how it works.
Okay, so do you know what they use for it to work?
You use two different locations at the same, looking at the same object.
Okay, do you know what they used?
For what? I
Go
don't
on, tell us,
understand what you're asking.
Apok. Apok, just tell us what.
Do you know what star they used?
Go
what
ahead.
star? No, I don't know what star they used.
Did they use a star?
I don't know. Wait, what are you talking about?
So when they measured it, did they use
Measured what? What is it? What is
the
it?
parallax?
Measured it.
Parallax.
What?
Parallax
Parallax is the tool for measuring. It's not the measurement.
So when they measured
you use
it,
the tool of parallax to take the measurement. You
okay,
use other things to do the measuring.
okay. So the parallax is what?
The parallax is two positions looking at the same object
Okay, and you're gonna measure that, right?
with a tool. Yes, you use a tool to measure.
Okay, what did they measure?
They measure an object from two different positions.
Angle to the
Okay.
object. I think.
Okay.
After.
You can do it with any object.
Okay, so you can use any object, and then you can get parallax, and then you know the distance to it.
As long as the distance between the 2 points is known.
Okay. How do you know the distance from the point then to the other point?
From what point to the other point? There's 3 points.
Okay. How do you know the distance of all 3 points?
So the third point is the thing that's being measured. You know that after you take the measurement. The first 2 points, they're 6 months apart. So we know that they're the diameter of. Oh my God!
So
They're the
they
diameter.
take a measurement.
They're the diameter of our orbit.
Okay, so they take a measurement 6 months, and they are assuming that we are moving through this vacuum, right? We're a gaseous ball hurling through a vacuum of space. Okay,
It's not
no,
an
it is an
assumption.
assumption.
It's
Okay,
not an assumption.
Can you prove
Measure
this
the
gaseous?
orbit of the
Can you
Earth.
prove? Can you prove the gaseous ball hurling through space, a vacuum space, that's violating the very
That
laws of
has
nature?
zero to do with parallax.
It has everything to do with parallax because you just
How does
stated
that
that
have
the
anything to do
parallax
with parallax?
You just stated that the parallax is the measurement of the 2 points of the apparent shift, which is actually going to give you a
I never said that.
measurement of based upon how far you have traveled off of the known orbit. So 6 months later, they take a point from their original point, and then they could calculate it, and they measure it, and they call that parallax. Now, the
But you
point is,
understand we've measured the distance to the sun, so we know the diameter of our orbit.
so how do we know the distance to the sun?
We've measured it with radar.
So we're measuring. Okay, who measured the distance to the sun?
I can get you the paper. Lots of people have done it.
Okay, so did they have? When did they discover that the sun is 93 million miles away?
I have no idea. A very long time ago.
Okay, so then, how long ago?
I don't know. A very long time ago. At least 100 or 200 years.
Okay, did we have radar 200 years ago?
That's not the only way to do it. That's just a way to
okay.
do it.
Well, hold on. We're really trying to make you realize it, but it's really, really hard because I don't think you are.
Because
Okay,
you're saying nonsense. You're saying we don't know things that we actually know.
I'm gonna. Can I cut to the chase, Hypoc? I'll get your point across. You're trying to say that they used two scientists, I think it's 1700s or something. They used the transit of Venus in front of the sun to measure the distance to the sun, and they got to within less than 1% of what we know the distance to be now. They were fairly accurate. That's what you're getting at, right? Before radar.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Didn't you
We've got
just
the
say
point.
that, dude?
So
Why do you have to
what's
go
wrong with
run around?
Because I want you to. I need you to use your own brain, and because I want. Sometimes
Dude,
you're
I
gonna
know
get it when
this.
you say it.
You think I don't? You think I don't know this? I know this.
I was asking you for the answers, and you didn't know it.
No,
So I
you
don't
were
know.
asking me ambiguous questions that had many, many different answers.
Okay, so the distance to the sun. Who measured it?
Lots of people have measured it. Many people have measured it.
Okay, we measured it by the distance of the what's it called, of Venus, the transit. I forgot it. I forgot the term.
That is one way of measuring it. That is one way of measuring it.
Okay.
We can also do it with Mercury. We can also do it with Mars.
Okay, once again, who's to say that distance?
I don't. It's a measurement. I don't understand what you're saying. Who's to say? That
How
doesn't make
is
any
it?
sense.
How is it a measurement if it's not a measurement though? Like you see
But
two
it
things.
is a
Look at
measurement, so I don't understand what you're saying.
look at you see two lights way far away from you, right? You see just two objects. You could even get a telescope, like, oh my god, look at it, it's Uranus, right? Or oh my god, look at it's Jupiter or Saturn, whatever you guys believe. I mean, I get it. There's wandering stars in the skies, right?
They're
Now,
not wandering stars; they're planets.
okay. You have wandering stars, and then you have
They're not.
stars,
Stop
then you
saying
have
that
the
to me.
sun.
Stop saying
Then
that
you
to
have,
me.
They're just
then,
using wordplay because that's where the word came from.
yeah, exactly. What does
But
what does a
that's not
planet
what it
mean?
means
What does a
anymore.
planet mean? What does a planet mean?
Planet means a planet, not a star.
But
Just the origin of the word does not mean it's a description of what it actually is.
There we go.
Come on,
we
stop
just
with the
it's just
wordplay.
very
Just
easy.
carry on with
It's,
with the actual points.
right. So you have a wandering star, and then you have
It's not a wandering star; it's a planet.
the
Just let it
sun and the
go.
moon.
He's not going to change his mind because he's a fucking dick.
Then you have a sun and a moon, right? And you're seeing all these things in the sky, and they're moving, and they're doing all these things, and every year they're in the same position, right? Every year the
Not
same
though.
freaking. They're right there again. You know they're
But
they're
they're
not.
not. The zodiac has changed. You understand that, right?
The zodiac changed from what to what?
They had to add a new sign because the sun has orbited away from one of
No,
the
that's where
major
you're
signs.
wrong.
Yeah.
No, that's where you're wrong. There's always been 13 months, and there was always 13 zodiacs. They just cut it down to 12 when they
Yeah,
changed the other. See,
yeah, but
this is
now
why I
there's
know you don't.
14. Yeah, but now
This is
there's
what.
14. Now there's 14.
Oh man, really?
Yeah.
They're just making them up now, huh? Awesome.
Well,
I
no,
mean,
they had to add it
at
because the
this
sun
point,
has
you can
moved.
do
The
whatever you
stars have
want.
moved. The stars have
At this
moved,
point,
so they had to add one.
the stars are moved. Okay, so are
Yes,
you
stars
saying that?
move.
So are you saying that the Orion's belt's still not going to be above the three pyramids anymore, even though they were like that for many, many thousands of years?
Except they weren't.
They're not.
Yeah, when the pyramids were
Do
built,
you remember? Do you
the
remember?
Orion
Do you remember?
when the pyramids were built, Orion's belt was in a completely different place. Plus, you can line up any 3 points with a rotating Earth because at some point, all of them are going to
You
line
mean
up
rotating
eventually.
stars? You mean rotating stars? That's
No,
what
I
you meant.
don't.
Okay. Well, the stars are rotating, not Earth. Star station. The Earth is stationary, and
How
it's
far
not
away
moving.
are the stars?
We don't know.
I do know.
We don't know the depths or the heights, and we're
Did
never going to
someone
know.
hit the
Depth and
repeat button
height.
by any chance?
It's a 3-dimensional position, so you need 6 points, not 2 points.
6 points of what?
6 points of reference to find the position of the seventh.
You have 6 points of reference to find the position of what?
The seventh point.
And these points are for what?
This is irrelevant. I don't even want to go down this rabbit hole.
I don't even know what you're talking about. You're the one that said it. You threw it
I
out.
don't want to. I know you don't understand. I don't want to explain it to you because it'll take hours because you won't let me finish any sentences.
But well, I'm just trying to say like the stars are moving. That's what's moving, and that's what we
Yes,
observe. They always
stars
move,
are
right?
moving, but
I'll tell you what.
they're not the thing that is rotating around Earth.
They're just going around and around. We see it every night. We see
Well,
that.
how far
Why do
away
they
are
go in different directions, northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere?
It's just the way you're looking at it.
That's
No,
just not true.
There's no way for you.
Very
For you
true.
standing in the northern hemisphere, which way do you need to look for them to rotate clockwise?
Well, when you look up and you see something moving, it's because that's what it's doing. At least we're agreeing to that. And then when you see them in the direction they're going, well, that's because that's the direction you're perceiving them to go. That's what they do.
So put a clock on the ceiling. Which way do you have to stand to make it go counterclockwise? Which way are you going to look?
Oh, here we
to make
go.
it go
Let me guess.
counterclockwise?
You watched a Professor Dave video when you.
Yeah. Yeah.
How big's your clock, mate? Imagine a clock that's so big you can't even see the extremities because it's so big. And then stand in the center and look up at your clock.
Okay,
Which way is it
go
going?
to a planetarium, stand in the center. It rotates. Which way do you have to look?
Are
Well,
planetariums
I'm
domes?
glad you accept that it
Yeah,
rotates.
domes, yes.
Flat floor, dome
Yeah,
ceiling with
yes.
stars
So
on it.
which way do you have to stand? Which way do you
Isn't
have
that
to look
awesome?
to make it
It doesn't
rotate
matter
opposite
which way
direction?
you look. They move from east to west.
No, they
Yeah,
don't.
that's
They
what they
rotate
do.
around you.
They
East
go
to
east to
west.
west. Yeah.
No, they rotate.
Every day.
They move across
They
you
do.
east to west.
Yeah.
No, they
Yeah,
do
they
not
Yes.
move east to
Go
west.
outside and have a look. Do yourself a favour. You can
They do not
laugh.
move east to
Grab a
west.
compass. Walk outside. Have a look which way they move. East
Okay.
to west.
Clocks.
Yeah, they definitely do that.
Hands on a clock, right? Which
No,
way
no,
do
no.
they
We're
move?
talking
Left
about
to
stars
right or right
because
to
you're
left?
struggling with that concept.
No, you're
Go
struggling with
outside.
the idea of
Have a
rotation.
look.
You can't
Have a
understand the
look
simple
at these
idea of
stars.
something
Which way
rotating.
do they move? East to west.
No, they
They
rotate.
do.
So they rotate.
Yeah.
They
don't.
rotate,
They arc.
exactly.
They
Which
arc.
means
They
at
arc.
different
They
points in the
arc.
rotation, they will
You don't
move
see
in
them
different
rotate.
directions.
You
At
don't
one
see
point in
them
the rotation,
rotate.
let me finish. At one point in the rotation, they will be moving west to east. At another point in the rotation, they'll be moving east to west.
They
So
they don't
they're
go.
not moving in one direction.
Somewhere they
are
move west
Don't
to
go
east.
west to east.
Oh my god, Donald's even got more brains than this.
Who lives where? Hold on, I just a show of
You
hands.
just don't
Who
understand
lives where they
rotation.
go west to east? Does anybody
Yeah,
see them go west to east? Does anybody?
Rotate. Do you know what a rotation is? What's a rotation?
Does anybody
Okay,
see them go
Parmesan,
west to
hold
east?
on. Where on your ball tard does they go west to east? Name the
Anywhere
place.
in the northern hemisphere, part of the path is west to east. Part of the path is from down
Okay.
to up. From your
I'm going to
observation,
find
it's
someone
a
on here
rotation,
in
mate.
the northern hemisphere. Alpha Veritas, do you live in the northern hemisphere? Or the inner pond?
Okay, I'm done.
Yeah.
Do the stars go from west to east in anywhere that you've been since you live in the north end?
No, they don't.
Well, Parmesan, you're a clown.
What's up, Alpha?
You just don't get what a rotation is.
What's up, Apex?
What up, dude? We're just having fun with these guys. We're just fucking around, bro. Playing with our food, if you will. No insults to you guys, but sort of. We're just messing around with them, bro. We just been fucking with them all night. What's going on, man? Hey, when are you gonna do the next space?
Tomorrow, today at night. You gonna
Okay.
be around?
Yeah, I'll be around. For sure.
We need another
Yeah,
co-host. If it's just me and you, we need another one.
yeah. We need to grab more people.
It might be
Well, another-
Jedi, but
Another Twitter run.
Yeah, join us.
When I tried to jump on the other day, I had no sound whatsoever. And do not.
You have no sound right now.
Yeah, it just dropped out. I just watched the light drop off. I
Okay.
had no sound. I couldn't hear anyone, and that's why I dropped out. Checked all my stuff, and I'm like, everything's on. YouTube videos work. All the other stupid stuff works, but drop back into Twitter, no sound.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Are you dropping off your phone or computer?
I was on the PC.
That's
That's why
really
I don't
interesting.
understand what's going on. So maybe it was a Discord thing. They were clashing with each other, but other guys were on both, bouncing from one
Oh,
to the
you know
other.
what?
So
Maybe if you were still in Discord, maybe it was like putting your audio or like muting your mic or I don't know your speaker because it was going for Discord. I don't know. Maybe.
yeah,
But try.
I'll try again a bit later.
That's what I did.
I'll drop out of Discord completely.
That's what I did, and I had audio. I left Discord,
And then it worked. Yeah, well, join us tonight then. Well, for you guys, I guess it'll be in the morning.
it'll probably be their morning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, when I get up in the morning, I'll have a look, see what's going on.
Oh man, you missed a funny conversation earlier, Alpha.
What's going on?
It was just funny with Donald. He's like, just look at it.
Look at the Earth.
No, he's saying to look at the galaxy and you'll know that it exists by just looking at it.
Really?
Yeah, he's like, just look at it. He was
Yeah, that's
talking
how
about-
you know you're in a galaxy. You just look up. Just look at the stars.
Just look at it.
He kept saying, "Just look at it."
In his high pitched voice.
Yeah, we're messing around with him too, so it was fun. I was
He
like,
sounds like he was going to cry at any stage.
yeah, I was fucking around with him, acting like I didn't know what parallax was, and I was asking like stupid questions, like who started it, like what did they use, like just being an idiot. He was fucking getting frustrated, dude. I was holding in my fucking laugh the whole time, bro. Shit was great.
How
Yeah,
well
usually-
does he scattergun though? Like it's like as if the kid's on a trampoline, bounce, 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 bounce. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, he kept jumping from one. We started with he set up his level on the ocean, the horizon, 20 years ago. By the
Watch me
way,
backflip, Dad.
before YouTube was invented. That's what he said. He said, "I did it back." So then T-Dub's like, "Do you have the photos?" He's like, "No, man, I lost them. It was 20 years ago." Oh, that shit was great. This guy was researching flat Earth since 1996, bro. That's what he was. Actually, no, didn't he say I didn't do it for flat Earth? I just did it just to do it. I mean, I kind of admired that.
Donald on mass media was talking to Demon Stride, and Demon Stride kind of roasted him, dude. Like your proofs are bad. Yeah, this is not good. This is not convincing. He's like, I think the Earth is a globe, and this is not convincing for me. I would not use this. But yeah, then he went on the attack. He's like the same shit he says about flat earthers. You're just dumb.
Right.
You don't get it. It's math. It's easy. It's math. And then eventually, it was great because Demon Scribe broke him down. He's like by the end of it, he's like, I'm just in a lot of pain. I tore my rotator cuff. I've been out of work, and like, holy shit.
It turned from, wow.
Yeah, like a therapy session. He's like, I just want to, I'm paraphrasing some of it, but he's like, yeah, part of my life is I just want to dunk on people online. I'm just so miserable, and I hurt. Everything hurts all the time. I can't do what I want to do, and the Demon Scribe's like, hey, well, what makes you happy? What do you like to do? Well, I like
total therapy session.
Yeah, it was like it was like wow, like wow. It reminds me of this dude on Modern Day Debate where like he broke down like DJ something, and he just started talking about it. It all started in my childhood. I was having trouble in math class, and the teacher told me you'll never be an astronaut. I mean, some of these globalists, they do have like, social and emotional trouble. They're traumatized in some manner, shape, or form, and it's interesting. Like just even, I kind of got this through ChatGPT. Like you ask it, like, what sort of mental health symptoms are somebody who would do the type of stuff that they do? You're like constantly dehumanizing, completely involved with a topic for years, like no change. You'll constantly describe just even something simple. It's like, what would be going on with somebody who constantly describes straight lines as curved?
Dude, it's crazy when they get to that point. When you're at that point, you're just like, dude, what's going on right now? They're like an old argument. They are.
Yeah, it's like just trying to get them to see, like, okay, so you live on the globe. So why do you care that somebody disagrees with that on your globe? Okay, because your globe has baked in explanations to deal with this. Why can't you use your own model to demonstrate and explain disagreement? What is so damaging about somebody disagreeing with you that you just totally forget what you're advocating for in the first place. It's quite powerful because that's what a lot of the atheists of the 1960s did when the huge crackdown on atheism. They said, hey, atheism is free speech. And they're like, yeah, God granted me my free speech. I'm like, shit.
It's like a whammy.
It's a way of kind of going into their own worldview and trying to give them tools to like fix like
Right.
their broken epistemology.
Right.
Not trying to change it or modify it or get them to even know what the word flat means. Just is there something inside their own epistemology where they can use it to explain flat Earth and then be okay, and then be able to move on with their life, be able to do something other than just freak out.
Right.
What straight line to globe is called curved?
Yeah, anyone, dude.
The Great Circle route.
That can be a straight line in one direction, and it can also curve in another because it's 3D.
Is that what you're looking for?
Doesn't Oakley
So-
call that Muppet vision?
I don't know. Oakley slaps his daughter, so I don't give a shit what he thinks. Why don't you have a discussion with me?
Yeah, we're not going to do that, dude. That's about. I mean, that's server rules. We got to go back and clip that, send it into the mods. It's like, see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, you say something that the globalists do, and it doesn't take long for them to demonstrate exactly what you're talking about.
Right.
Like, what did I say that was that triggering that he just basically had to say, flat earthers abuse their children?
Amazing. You literally just covered that too. Like, but isn't Dogs famous for that though? That was Dogs, right? I'm not looking at the list.
Yeah, that was Dogs.
Yeah, he's famous for that. You always call him out on something like right before he starts to talk, and then he proves you right. Like almost all the time. It's kind of comical for it. Like every time you like go on, you say something, and then Dogs validates it, and you always tell him too. You would have thought you'd been smarter and proved me wrong. You always tell him that.
Oh, we're not live right now, so we can't clip it.
It's all right. We all
Not
know
that
he's.
they don't believe us, but they want the actual sound bite. You know, the actual words coming from his mouth.
Yeah.
Oh wait, it is live. I clicked the wrong one. Oh no, it's not. Okay.
Yeah, he's infamous for always proving Crit right.
Yeah, so he just got a 2-day ban for it. It's like their new thing. They think somehow that's triggering. Like, watch how quickly I can trigger the flat earthers. Dude, it's not triggering. It's a TOS violation. It's a server rule violation. If we don't do anything about it, they'll shut the channel down. It's the same thing with somebody coming here and said exactly the same thing about a globalist. Watch
Yeah.
what globalists do or whatever. It's no different. You can't accuse people of criminal behavior.
Yeah. Yep. But in regards to what he was talking about, though, I believe Nathan Oakley calls that Muppet vision when you're seeing things from the side. So, like when he said, "Oh, well, that straight line is actually a curve if you look at it from that different angle." Yeah, that's that Muppet vision that Nathan talks about.
I can go
Nobody's-
back to regular scheduled program. Here, let me get the chat GPT where I asked it, what do you do? How do you describe, or what sort of, what do you got going on here?
We're always looking for a reason to ban that one.
Yeah, dogs.
It's like, give me a reason, just any, just one
Nah, nah,
reason.
nah, 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 nah. Oh, I got him.